Section 1. The Nuclear Mutation Theory. There is a town in America that does not exist on any map. It has a harbor and a mountain range and a desert and a forest, all within walking distance of each other. It has a nuclear power plant that has been leaking radiation into the water supply for over 3 decades. It has a billionaire employer who has been alive since before the First World War. It has a safety inspector with a crayon lodged in his brain. It has a baby who shot a man and was never prosecuted. It has fish with 3 eyes, and nobody asks why. And every single week, for 36 years, millions of people have sat down, pressed play, and watched this town like it was completely normal. Welcome to Springfield. And welcome to 3 hours of the most unsettling, most layered, most carefully constructed conspiracy theories ever assembled about the longest-running animated series in television history. This is not a quick list of fun facts. This is not a surface-level rundown of memorable moments. What we are doing tonight, in the quiet hours, in the dark, with the rest of the world asleep around you, is going all the way down. We are going to the very bottom of Springfield. We are going to pull up every buried thread, examine every impossible detail, and build a picture of this town that the show has been quietly constructing in the background of every single episode since December of 1989. Get comfortable. Settle in. Let your breathing slow down. Because the theories we are going to walk through tonight do not require you to be anxious. They are strange, yes, they are dark, absolutely. But they are also, in a very particular way, beautiful. They take something you have watched your whole life and reveal that it has been telling you a deeper story all along. One that runs underneath the jokes and the couch gags and the celebrity cameos like a slow, quiet river. We are going to start with the theory that explains everything. The theory that, once you hear it, makes every other strange thing about Springfield make sense. The theory that is so well supported by evidence within the show itself that the real mystery is not whether it is true, but how we all watched it for so long without noticing. The Springfield nuclear power plant is poisoning the entire town. Not as a background joke, not as a satirical metaphor. Literally, systematically, continuously, for decades. Let us slow down and actually look at this, the way you might look at something you have driven past 1,000 times without really seeing it. The Springfield nuclear power plant is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor facility. It is owned and operated by Charles Montgomery Burns, the oldest, wealthiest, and most powerful man in Springfield. It is the primary source of electrical power for the entire town. And it is, by any reasonable measurement, one of the most catastrophically mismanaged industrial facilities ever depicted in any medium. A surprise safety inspection of the plant once uncovered 342 separate violations. Think about that number for a moment. 342. Not 3, not 20, not even 100. 342 individual ways that this facility was failing to meet the basic safety standards required to protect the people living around it. The estimated cost to bring the plant up to code was $56 million. And Burns, a man whose personal fortune runs into the billions, a man who once attempted to blot out the sun over an entire town as a business strategy, refused to pay it. He did not refuse because he could not afford it. He refused because fixing the violations would mean acknowledging that they existed. And acknowledging that they existed would mean answering questions. Questions about what 3 decades of those violations had already done to the soil, the water, and the air of the town that surrounded this leaking, crumbling, chewing gum-patched catastrophe of a facility. The violations themselves, when you look at them clearly, are not minor paperwork issues. They are not bureaucratic technicalities. Radioactive waste is being dumped directly into bodies of water. Radioactive waste is being left on children's playgrounds. Plutonium, actual weapons-grade fissile material, has been used as a paperweight on someone's desk. The cooling towers, the enormous concrete structures whose entire purpose is to prevent the reactor from melting down, are cracked. And those cracks have been repaired not with engineering-grade sealant or with any kind of proper maintenance, but with wads of chewing gum. Someone at this facility looked at a cracked reactor cooling tower and decided the correct solution was chewing gum. And that decision was apparently acceptable enough that the tower remained in service. There are luminous rats running through the facility. Not rats that have been painted or lit from below. Rats that glow. On their own. From within. Rats whose bodies have absorbed enough radioactive material that they emit visible light in the dark corridors of a working nuclear plant. And the people who work there walk past them every day without incident. And then there is the detail that the show drops once, casually, and never returns to. Human skeletons in the basement. Not bones from a museum display. Not prop skeletons used in a Halloween event. Human remains in the basement of a functioning nuclear reactor. The show shows you this once. It shows you the bones, and then it moves on. Nobody investigates. Nobody identifies them. Nobody asks who those people were or how they ended up dead inside a working industrial facility, or whether the same conditions that killed them might still be present in the plant today. The man responsible for preventing all of this, the man whose literal job title is Nuclear Safety Inspector, the man whose professional function is to stand between the people of Springfield and radioactive catastrophe, is Homer Simpson. Homer Simpson, whose creator has stated on record, has an intelligence quotient of 55. Homer Simpson, in whom a crayon was discovered to have been lodged in his brain since childhood, physically pressing against the neural structures responsible for higher cognitive function, reducing his intelligence from what testing would reveal to be the genius range down to the clinical disability range, a reduction that went undetected by every doctor in Springfield for his entire life. Homer Simpson, who sleeps at his workstation, who eats donuts during meltdown warnings, who once, in a moment of curiosity that can only be described as deeply human in the worst possible way, threw a donut into an active reactor core to find out if it would grow bigger. That is the man standing between Springfield and a nuclear event, and he has been standing there, failing at that job every working day for over 30 years. Now, here is where this theory begins to accumulate real weight. The first visible mutant in Springfield appears in Season 2. His name is Blinky. He is a fish. He has 3 eyes. Blinky is caught in a river that runs near the power plant. His existence immediately becomes national news within the show's universe. A gubernatorial candidate uses him as Exhibit A in his argument that Burns is poisoning the local environment. He becomes a symbol, a mascot for everything wrong with Springfield's relationship to the facility dominating its skyline. Burns, under enormous public pressure, is forced to sit down at a dinner table and eat the fish on live television to demonstrate that it is perfectly safe. The town watches. Burns chews. The camera rolls. And then the news cycle moves on. Nobody tests the water. Nobody commissions an environmental study. Nobody follows up with the candidate who raised the issue. Nobody asks the single most obvious question available to them, which is this. If the fish have 3 eyes, what is happening to the people who have been drinking the same water? That question sits there, unanswered, for the rest of the show's run. But the answer has been visible the entire time. It is visible in the faces and bodies of every person who lives in Springfield. Homer Simpson. Let us describe him clinically for a moment, as if we were seeing him for the first time. Massive overbite, bulging, protuberant eyes, 4 fingers on each hand rather than the standard 5. A skull shape that does not correspond to any normal variation in human anatomy. Cognitive function so significantly impaired that it registers as a clinical disability by standardized measurement. And a physical resilience that is, when you actually stop and count the incidents, completely impossible. He has been shot. He has been electrocuted. He has fallen off cliffs. He has been struck by vehicles. He has survived explosions. He has absorbed physical trauma across hundreds of episodes that would, in any realistic assessment, have killed a normal human being dozens of times over. His healing rate is not just fast, it is superhuman. His pain tolerance is not just high, it is inhuman. His body does not respond to damage the way bodies are supposed to respond to damage. Now look at Marge. Same bulging eyes, same 4-fingered hands. Hair that defies gravity entirely, growing straight up in a perfect tower that has maintained its exact shape for 36 years without visible maintenance, without pins or structural support, without any explanation the show has ever offered. Marge was briefly employed at the Springfield nuclear power plant herself. She worked inside that facility. She breathed that air. She was exposed to those 342 violations in person. And her 3 children, Bart, Lisa, and Maggie, were all conceived and born after both of their parents had already been living in Springfield's contaminated environment for years. Bart, Lisa, Maggie, all born in Springfield, all raised in Springfield, all drinking the same water every day, all breathing the same air, all living their entire lives in the visible shadow of those cracked, gum-patched cooling towers. Every single one of them displays physical characteristics that do not occur in normal human populations. The gravity-defying hair, the overbites, the eyes, the yellow skin. And here is the detail that makes the entire theory click into place with a kind of quiet, undeniable logic. When people from outside Springfield visit the town, when guest characters arrive, when the show brings in figures from the wider world, they look different. Not slightly different. Not a minor stylistic variation. Fundamentally different. Their eyes are more normally shaped. Their proportions more closely approximate actual human anatomy. Their features have a regularity, a naturalness that the permanent residents of Springfield simply do not have. The show draws outsiders with more realistic proportions than it draws Springfield residents. And the explanation that everyone has always accepted, without question, is that this is just the art style. That is just how The Simpsons looks. Yellow skin, 4 fingers, big eyes, that is the visual language of the show. But here is what that explanation does not account for. Within the logic of the show's own universe, there is a visible, observable, consistent difference between people who live in Springfield and people who do not. The people inside what the show has established is a contaminated zone look mutated. The people outside it look like people. The animals are affected too. Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, displays the same bulging eyes as his owners. Blinky the fish has 3 eyes and lives in a river downstream from the plant. Springfield's wildlife, throughout the show's run, demonstrates the kind of biological abnormality that you would expect to see in a population chronically exposed to radioactive contamination. And the show tells you this directly. It shows you a 3-eyed fish and says clearly, explicitly, within the narrative that this is what the radiation is doing to living organisms in the Springfield waterway. It hands you that information. And then it expects you to believe, without ever offering a single piece of contradictory evidence, that the exact same radiation has had precisely 0 effect on the human population, drinking from that same water supply, breathing that same air, living under that same leaking reactor for their entire lives. Burns knows. The show establishes this not through implication or suggestion, but through direct depiction across multiple episodes. Burns funds private medical research. He maintains personal physicians. He undergoes weekly medical treatments, the nature of which we will examine in tremendous detail in a later section. So intensive and so loaded with radiation therapy and experimental chemical compounds that the treatments cause his entire body to emit a visible green glow. Burns understands radiation at a biological level that nobody else in Springfield approaches, because Burns is personally dependent on managing radiation's effects in his own body every single week. He is, in the most literal sense, an expert on what sustained radioactive exposure does to a living organism. Because he is a living organism that has been dealing with the consequences of that exposure for over a century. Burns knows what his plant is doing to Springfield because Burns understands radiation better than anyone in the room. And Burns knows what his plant is doing to Springfield because Springfield, in a very real sense, is his laboratory. And Homer's continued employment at the facility across 30-plus years, despite 742 documented errors, despite incidents that should have resulted in immediate termination 100 times over, is not the result of Burns being careless or forgetful. It is, the evidence suggests, a deliberate strategic decision. When German investors briefly purchased the plant, the very first thing they did was fire Homer. The second thing they did was commission an assessment of what it would cost to bring the facility up to code. The estimate nearly bankrupted them. The investors sold the plant back to Burns almost immediately, and Burns, upon regaining control of his facility, immediately rehired Homer Simpson. A competent safety inspector would shut that plant down within a week. A competent safety inspector would document the violations, file the reports, contact the regulatory authorities, and set in motion a process that would result in the facility being closed, cleaned up, and held accountable for what it had already done to the surrounding population. Homer Simpson does none of those things. Homer Simpson sleeps at his desk and lets the radiation keep flowing because Homer Simpson's brain, compromised by a combination of that same radiation and a crayon that nobody ever removed, is not capable of doing anything else. The crayon itself raises a question the show hints at but never fully answers. Season 12 reveals that Homer once had the object removed from his brain by a back-alley doctor. And when the crayon came out, Homer's intelligence shot upward into what testing described as the genius range. He became articulate, observant, genuinely capable of understanding the world around him in a way he never had been before. He could see Springfield clearly. He could see his job clearly. He could see the architecture of his own life clearly, maybe for the first time ever. And it made him unbearable. Not to others, to himself. He saw Springfield for what it really was and could not stand the sight. So he had the crayon put back in. He chose stupidity. He walked back into the fog with his eyes open. But the question the show never asks is the one that matters most. How did a crayon end up lodged in a child's brain in the first place? How does that happen? And more unsettling still, how did Homer grow up in Springfield, visiting Springfield's doctors, receiving checkups from Springfield's medical professionals, going through his entire childhood and adolescence and early adulthood without a single one of those doctors ever finding a foreign object pressing against his brain? Either every doctor in Springfield is so catastrophically incompetent that they missed something that a basic imaging scan would reveal, which is possible given the general quality of everything else in this town. Or someone knew it was there. Someone looked at the scan, saw the crayon, and chose not to remove it. And if the medical establishment of Springfield is operating under Burns's influence, if the doctors in this town are looking the other way, while radiation damages their patients' neurological function, if the healthcare infrastructure of this company town is as compromised as every other institution within it, then Homer's crayon is not a quirky backstory detail. It is the show using metaphor to tell you something it cannot say directly. The people of Springfield have something wrong with their brains. Something that keeps them quiet and compliant and incapable of looking up at those cooling towers and asking the most basic question a human being can ask: why are we all like this? The radiation theory does not explain one mystery about the Simpsons. It explains all of them, assembled together into a single coherent picture. The characters do not age because their mutated biology has been altered at the cellular level in ways that affect normal aging processes. The town resets after catastrophic events because the population's memory and critical thinking functions are compromised by chronic neurological damage from sustained radiation exposure. Homer survives injuries that should kill him because his body has adapted to radiation in ways that make him physically nearly indestructible while cognitively devastating him. Burns stays alive through weekly treatments because he has been managing his own radiation dependence for over a century with resources that nobody else in the town has access to. And nobody in Springfield questions any of this because the same compound that mutated their bodies also damaged the part of their brains responsible for asking why. Springfield is not a quirky cartoon town. Springfield is a contamination zone. Its residents are not eccentric characters in a long-running comedy. They are a symptomatic population. And the nuclear power plant that dominates their skyline, that provides their electricity, that employs their neighbors and poisons their water and irradiates their children, is not a background detail in an animated series about family life. It is the cause. It has always been the cause. Every yellow face, every bulging eye, every impossible recovery from a fatal injury, every forgotten catastrophe, every reset, every detail that seems strange and then gets laughed at and then gets forgotten and then appears again in a slightly different form in a slightly different episode. All of it traces back to the same cracked cooling tower, leaking the same invisible contamination into the same water supply, feeding the same damaged brains that cannot quite figure out why their fish have 3 eyes and their children have 4 fingers. The Springfield nuclear power plant is not just part of the show, it is the show. Every joke, every character, Every impossible event and impossible recovery and impossible reset all exist downstream of that facility. Everything flows from it, literally and figuratively, through the water and the air and the slow accumulation of biological damage that the show has been documenting, quietly and without comment, for 3.5 decades. And nobody in Springfield will ever figure that out, because the plant already made sure they can't. And on that note, if you are still with me, drop a comment right now and tell me what time it is and where in the world you are watching from. It is always remarkable to see how many different time zones and different corners of the planet end up in the same comment section, in the quiet hours, listening to the same strange stories. Let me know you are here. And if you have not already, consider subscribing because we have a very long way still to go tonight, and I want you along for all of it. Let us keep going. Section 2. Homer's Coma. The Dream That Never Ended. What we just covered, the radiation theory, the contaminated town, the mutated population, the billionaire deliberately keeping his safety inspector too cognitively damaged to do his job, all of that is a theory about the physical world of Springfield. It is a theory about what the power plant has done to the bodies and minds of the people who live in it. But there is another theory, a theory that takes everything we just established and then asks a question so simple and so quietly devastating that it reframes the entire show from the very first frame. What if none of it is real? What if the radiation theory is correct, but it is only correct inside the mind of a man who has been unconscious since the spring of 1993? Let us go back to a specific date, April 1st, 1993. The 18th episode of Season 4 of The Simpsons aired that night. It was called So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. The premise was simple, the kind of premise the show built dozens of episodes around in those early years. Bart plays a series of April Fool's pranks on Homer. Each one escalates a little further than the last because Bart is 10 years old and does not know when to stop, which is one of the most recognizably true things the show has ever depicted about children. The escalation eventually reaches a point where Bart takes one of Homer's beer cans to an auto body shop and places it inside an industrial paint shaker. He shakes it until the pressure inside the can is so high that opening it would be like pulling the pin on a grenade. And then he puts it back in the refrigerator and waits. Homer, thirsty and unsuspecting, opens the can. The explosion sends him to the hospital. So far, so normal. Homer has been injured in stranger ways. He will be injured in stranger ways before the show ends. The hospital scene that follows is played mostly for laughs, the way the show played most things in those early seasons. Homer is lying in a hospital bed, recovering. He looks across the room and sees a vending machine. He wants a candy bar. He climbs out of bed, approaches the machine, interacts with it in the way Homer tends to interact with inanimate objects that are not doing what he wants. The machine tips forward, it falls on him. Homer Simpson is crushed by a vending machine and enters a clinical coma. Not a comedic coma, not a dream sequence coma, a real one. The monitors flatline, the doctors respond. Homer is genuinely, medically unconscious. The episode ends with what appears to be a resolution. Bart sits at his father's bedside, tearful, confessing that the whole thing was his fault, that he is sorry, that he loves his dad. And Homer springs awake and immediately tries to strangle his son because that is their relationship. And the family laughs, and everything goes back to normal. The show tells you he woke up. But in the final moments of that same episode, there is a detail that the show delivers almost as an afterthought. Homer, now apparently recovered, is informed by a doctor that he has lost 5% of his brain function as a direct result of the coma. 5% of his brain, banien, permanently, never coming back. This is not a joke setup. It is presented as a factual medical statement. Homer has permanent, irreversible brain damage. And Homer's response to learning this is to laugh. He says he does not know why he is laughing. The family finds this charming. The episode ends. The show continues for 32 more years as if nothing happened. As if a main character being told he has permanent neurological damage is a perfectly fine note to end an episode on. Unless nothing did happen. Unless Homer never woke up at all. This is the Homer coma theory. It is the most widely discussed, most internally consistent, most emotionally resonant fan theory in the history of this show. Its basic premise, first articulated and popularized on the internet in the years that followed, is elegant in its simplicity. Homer Simpson did not wake up from his coma in April 1993. Every single episode that has aired since that date, every storyline and character development and impossible adventure and celebrity appearance and world-altering event is a dream being generated by the unconscious mind of a man lying in a hospital bed in Springfield, General, losing brain function at a rate of 5% per coma-induced incident, while his family sits beside him and waits for him to open his eyes. The evidence begins building before you even start looking for it. Let us talk about the shift. Before the coma episode, The Simpsons was a particular kind of show. Not a realistic show, it was always a cartoon, always exaggerated, always operating with the loose relationship to physics and consequence that animation permits. But the storylines, the emotional and narrative core of what the show was doing in those first 4 seasons, dealt with recognizable human situations. Homer tries to quit drinking. Marge suspects her husband of infidelity and has to decide what to do about those suspicions. Lisa develops a crush on a substitute teacher and has to navigate the confusion of those feelings. Bart struggles with his grades, faces the real possibility of being held back a year in school, and has to figure out what kind of person he wants to be. These are family problems, real ones, financial stress, marital tension, academic failure, the fear of not being good enough, the fear of being left behind. The show's emotional foundation in those early years was built on the kind of situations that actual families in the actual world experience. It was satirical, it was heightened, it was funnier than real life. But it was rooted in the recognizable. After the coma, everything changes. The change is not subtle. It is not a gradual drift. It is a seismic shift that happens almost immediately and then continues accelerating with each passing season. Homer goes to space. Mr. Burns captures the Loch Ness Monster. Homer becomes the leader of a neighborhood vigilante group. Homer joins a secret society so ancient and so powerful it operates from beneath the streets of Springfield. Homer discovers that his mother, who he believed dead since childhood, is actually alive and has been living as a fugitive radical for the past 3 decades. Homer meets God, not in a dream, not in a metaphor, twice. He has actual face-to-face conversations with the divine. The show goes from a family sitcom grounded in economic anxiety and domestic realism to a show where the main character has met multiple presidents, traveled to dozens of countries, held hundreds of different jobs, befriended an improbable number of global celebrities, and survived physical trauma on a scale that would eliminate an entire military unit. The escalation is so dramatic, so consistent, and so specifically tied to the post-coma period of the show that it has been the subject of ongoing fan debate for decades. The internet has been arguing about when The Simpsons jumped the shark for as long as there has been an internet to argue on. The coma theory offers an answer that is both precise and, once you hear it, impossible to unhear. The Simpsons did not get worse. Homer's brain got worse. The increasingly surreal storylines, the impossible adventures, the celebrity flood, the progressive detachment from anything resembling realistic family life. These are not the symptoms of a writing staff running out of ideas. They are the symptoms of a dreaming brain slowly deteriorating, generating increasingly elaborate and increasingly untethered fantasies as the higher cognitive functions that would normally constrain them continue to erode. Now here's the detail that makes the whole theory haunting. 6 months before the coma episode in the season 4 premiere, an episode called Homer the Heretic, Homer has a conversation with God. A real one. Not a metaphor, not a dream sequence, not a scene framed as ambiguous or theological speculation. Homer Simpson sits down and has an actual, direct, face-to-face conversation with the divine. And during that conversation, God tells Homer something. He tells him that Homer will, eventually, understand the meaning of life. He tells him this knowledge is coming, but not yet. God says explicitly, "Your time is coming. Homer's time." 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. The timeline is precise. God told Homer that his time was nearly up. And 6 months later, Homer's conscious life ended. What the show presents as a quirky theological gag reads, under the coma theory, as something else entirely. It reads as a prophecy. It reads as God telling Homer, as gently and as obliquely as one might tell a man something he is not yet ready to hear, that his waking life was about to end. And everything that followed, the adventures, the celebrities, the impossible recoveries, the space travel and secret societies and meetings with multiple presidents, would be the dream of a dying man who loved his family so much he could not let go of them, not even in his sleep. The aging problem is where the coma theory becomes not just compelling, but in a very quiet way, perfect. Nobody in The Simpsons ages. Satama. We have established this. Bart has been 10 years old for 36 years. Lisa has been 8. Maggie has been 1. Homer and Marge have not gained a single wrinkle between them. Every theory attempts to explain this, and every explanation has its weaknesses. The radiation theory says mutated biology prevents aging, which is a stretch even within the show's own logic. The standard defense, that it is just how long-running animated shows work, is true but unsatisfying, because it explains the creative decision without explaining the in-world phenomenon. The coma theory has the simplest explanation, the most emotionally direct explanation. Nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of a man who went to sleep in April of 1993 and never woke up. Of course, his children do not age. His unconscious brain cannot imagine them growing up because he was not there to see it happen. His wife does not age because the last time he saw her, she looked exactly like she looked when the vending machine fell. His friends do not change because his memory of them is fixed at the moment his consciousness went under. Homer's coma dream preserves his world exactly as it was on the day he lost it. Because that is what happens to memory under conditions of suspended consciousness. It locks. It freezes the world at the last moment that was experienced. And every episode since April 1993 is Homer's brain running simulations of a life he is no longer living, using the only reference material it has. The world as it existed on the day he went under. The celebrity appearances that flood the later seasons make perfect sense under this framework. Homer's coma brain, lying in a hospital bed in Springfield General, is receiving input from the outside world. Sound comes through. Fragments of conversation at his bedside, the television in his room, the radio, voices, names, cultural references drifting through the fog of unconsciousness like signals through static. And his dreaming mind receives those signals, processes them, and incorporates them into the dream. That is why later seasons are saturated with famous guest appearances. It is not that Springfield became a magnet for celebrities. It is that Homer's brain is absorbing fragments of external media and weaving them into the simulation. Every celebrity who shows up in Springfield is a voice Homer heard through the haze, translated by a dreaming brain into a character who exists in the same world as his family. The show itself has acknowledged this theory, which is either a coincidence or the most significant piece of evidence for its validity, depending on how you want to read it. In season 34, an episode included what was described as a deliberately leaked fake deleted scene, in which Homer wakes up from a long coma and it is revealed that every outlandish episode was just a dream. The show's writers created this scene, animated it fully, voiced it completely, and then presented it as a hoax scene planted by hackers. Something that was not real, a joke about the fan theory rather than a confirmation of it. But consider what it means that they made it at all. The writers know the theory. They have engaged with it deeply enough to animate a full scene depicting its conclusion. They have thought about it carefully enough to construct a fake-out denial wrapped inside an episode that explicitly depicted Homer waking from a coma, which is precisely what the theory suggests he needs to do. They showed you the truth and told you it was a joke. And the audience laughed, which is entirely on brand because laughing at the truth and calling it a joke is one of Springfield's most well-documented survival strategies. Executive producer Al Jean addressed the theory in 2015. He said it was not true. He dismissed it as fan speculation, but here is what that dismissal did not address. He did not explain why nobody ages. He did not explain the tonal shift after season 4. He did not explain why God told Homer his time was coming, 6 months before the coma. He did not explain why the show becomes progressively more surreal and more detached from reality with each passing season, which is precisely the trajectory you would expect from a dream being generated by a brain that is slowly, incrementally deteriorating. He said it was not true, and the interview moved on. But the fans did not move on. Because the theory does something that no official explanation has ever managed to do. It makes the show make sense. All of it. Every impossible thing. Every forgotten catastrophe. Every reset. Here is the part that lingers after you have closed the browser and turned off the light. If the coma theory is true, if every episode since April of 1993 is Homer's dream, then the emotional core of The Simpsons is not comedy. It is one of the most quietly devastating things ever put on television. Homer's deepest, most essential wish is so simple it breaks something open in you when you see it clearly. He wants his family. That is the entire wish. He wants Marge to still love him the way she loved him on the day the vending machine fell. He wants Bart to still be his mischievous, infuriating, adored little boy. He wants Lisa to still be sitting in her room playing her saxophone, even though her music makes him crazy, because the craziness of it means she is there, she is in the house, she is his. He wants Maggie to still be small enough to hold, still at the age where she fits in the crook of his arm and looks up at him with those enormous eyes, and he is the biggest, safest thing in her world. He wants Friday night at the Simpsons house. He wants the couch and the television and the sound of his family being alive around him. He wants it to last forever. And in the coma, it does. The dream gives him everything, his family preserved exactly as they were. His children never growing up, his wife never leaving, his life never ending. Every adventure, every impossible recovery, every celebrity and alien and secret society and trip to space, all of it is secondary to that central wish. It is the engine that keeps the simulation running. Homer is not dreaming about fame or adventure or excitement. He is dreaming about home. And the adventures are just the noise that his deteriorating brain generates around the center, which is always the same. The house on Evergreen Terrace, the family on the couch, the moment before it all went wrong. Homer's coma is not a nightmare. It is the only heaven a man like Homer Simpson would ever ask for. A house where the kids are always young and the beer is always cold and nobody ever has to say goodbye. And every time the story resets, every time the credits roll and everything goes back to normal, every time Homer survives something impossible and wakes up in his own bed the next morning, it is not lazy writing. It is a dreaming brain refusing to let the story end. Because if the story ends, the dream stops. And if the dream stops, Homer has to find out how much time has actually passed. How old his children really are now. Whether Marge waited, whether anyone is still sitting by his bed, whether there is still a bed to wake up in, or whether the absence of dreaming is itself the answer. That is the coma theory. Homer Simpson has been dreaming since April of 1993. Every episode you have watched since then is a love letter from an unconscious father to the family he cannot reach. The show will never confirm it, but it will never fully disprove it either, because the evidence is not in a single episode or a single scene. It is baked into the architecture of the show itself, into the frozen ages, into the tonal shift, into the escalating surrealism, into every reset, into every impossible survival, into every scene where Homer finds his way home by the end of the episode, because in his dream, he never really left. Section 3. Who really shot Mr. Burns, the unsolved case. Before we go any further, let us take a breath. You are still here. The room is quiet. Whatever time it is where you are, wherever in the world you are watching from, the night is doing its thing around you. And we are going to keep going slowly, the way you should move through something complicated and strange. There is no rush. The theories are not going anywhere. Springfield is not going anywhere. It never does. Let us talk about the greatest mystery in the history of the show. The one that was designed to be solved by an audience of millions. Announced with the fanfare of a cultural event, promoted like a real criminal investigation, and then resolved in a way that left more questions open than it closed. A mystery whose official answer, even after 30 years of acceptance, does not fully hold together when you look at it carefully. We are talking about the shooting of Charles Montgomery Burns. Now, before you say it, yes, we know the show told us it was Maggie. Season 7, Episode 1, Who Shot Mr. Burns Part 2. Chief Wiggum investigates. The suspects are eliminated one by one. Burns wakes up from his coma and identifies his attacker. It was the baby. Maggie Simpson, 1-year-old, pacifier in mouth, impossible to prosecute. Case closed. The show committed to it. The DVD commentary treats it as settled history. Move on. Except the case was never closed in the way it would need to be closed for us to stop looking at it. Because the evidence does not add up the way the show asks us to believe it does. Let us go back to the beginning, the way a real investigation would. Summer of 1995. The Simpsons had been on the air for 6 seasons, and the show's creators decided to attempt something that had genuinely never been done by an animated series before, a real whodunit. A cliffhanger mystery designed with enough embedded clues that an attentive audience could theoretically solve it. A national contest was organized. Fox promoted the event. America's Most Wanted produced a tie-in special called Springfield's Most Wanted Urad, a real television production treating a fictional crime as a real unsolved case. The show was not just a television program that summer. It was a national puzzle, and everyone was invited to play. And the puzzle began like this. Mr. Burns had spent the entirety of Season 6's finale making enemies. Not metaphorically, literally, systematically. He had stolen an oil well from beneath Springfield Elementary School, stripping the institution of a financial windfall that could have funded years of educational improvements for the children of the town. He had called in the debts of Moe's Tavern, forcing it to close. He had created a sinkhole that collapsed the Springfield retirement castle, leaving its elderly residents homeless. He had injured Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, in a separate incident involving his own careless cruelty. He had built an enormous mechanical disc and used it to block out the sun over the entire town. Not as a figure of speech, he blocked out the actual sun. He stole the light from the sky above Springfield so that every resident would be forced to purchase their electricity from his power plant. The only available source of power in a town that could no longer grow crops or generate solar energy or see without paying Burns for the privilege. When his assistant Smithers, the one person in Springfield who had remained loyal to Burns through decades of moral catastrophe, finally objected to the sun-blocking scheme on the grounds that it crossed a line even he could not follow Burns across, Burns fired him. On the spot, after years of service, without hesitation. By the end of Part 1, every person in Springfield had a concrete, specific, personal reason to want Mr. Burns dead. And the show took its time establishing each of those reasons with the kind of careful, deliberate plotting that the early Simpsons did better than almost any other show on television. Homer Simpson. Burns had employed this man for years and had never once in all that time been able to remember his name. Homer had tried everything. He had put his name on Burns's desk in large letters. He had introduced himself repeatedly, clearly, with increasing desperation. Burns's failure to remember Homer was not absent-mindedness. It was a specific, consistent kind of contempt. The contempt of a man for whom the people below him are so interchangeable that they do not register as individuals at all. And by the end of Part 1, this had driven Homer to a breaking point that the show depicted with genuine emotional weight. The rest of the town. Bart and Lisa, whose school had just lost its oil well funding. Grandpa Simpson, whose retirement home had been destroyed. Groundskeeper Willie, who lost his job when the school's budget collapsed. Tito Puente, who had his music program cut. Moe, whose bar went under. Smithers, freshly fired and in the early stages of a spiral. The entire town gathered at a public meeting to confront Burns. The tension was thick enough to see multiple characters were shown holding weapons. They were, collectively, a room full of people who had all been pushed to the same edge by the same man, and several of them had come prepared to do something about it. Burns attended the meeting. He arrived with the specific kind of obliviousness that comes from never having faced a consequence in your life. He was not afraid of the room. He had no reason to be afraid of rooms. Rooms had never hurt him before. And then he was shot. He staggered out of the building, down the steps, across the town square, and collapsed onto the sundial at its center. His hands, as he fell, landed on two letters: W and S. Or, depending on the angle, from Burns's own perspective, looking up at the letters from below, M and S. The ambulance came. The screen went black. America waited all summer. When Part 2 aired in September, the investigation proceeded as comedy procedural. Chief Wiggum led the inquiry with his characteristic blend of confidence and incompetence. Smithers confessed almost immediately, which seemed to close the case in the first act. But the confession fell apart. Smithers had been blackout drunk at the time of the shooting. His memory of the event was reconstructed from incomplete information. He had shot someone that night, yes, but not Burns. He had shot old Jasper in his wooden leg. Different victim, different location. Wrong crime entirely. The suspects were eliminated one by one with varying degrees of comedy. Principal Skinner had a confirmed alibi. Moe had a confirmed alibi. Tito Puente provided what may be the single greatest alibi in the history of television. A full musical number, performed live at a venue across town, in which he explained that he had channeled his rage into a samba rather than a shooting. The investigation stalled. Then the police found an eyelash on Burns's suit. They ran DNA analysis, and the eyelash belonged to a Simpson. This shifted suspicion to Homer. His fingerprints were also found on the gun. His motive was the clearest of any suspect in the investigation. The man who could never remember his name, whose contempt was the most intimate and most daily and most grinding form of humiliation available, had apparently finally snapped. Homer was arrested. He was facing conviction. And then Burns woke from his coma, looked around the hospital room, and identified his shooter. It was Maggie Simpson. According to Burns's account, he had encountered the baby in the parking lot after the town meeting. He had attempted to take her lollipop, because Burns attempting to take candy from an actual infant is precisely the kind of thing Burns would do. In the resulting struggle, his gun fell from his holster. Maggie picked it up. The gun discharged. Burns was hit. Mystery solved. But let us look at this carefully. The national contest. Fox invited viewers to submit their answers. The prize was significant enough that thousands of entries came in. According to the DVD commentary from the show's producers themselves, not a single person in the randomly selected sample of entries submitted the correct answer. Not one. The person who received the prize was chosen randomly from the pool because nobody had gotten it right. That person did not receive the promised prize of being animated into a future episode because they had not identified the shooter. They received a cash payment instead. The producers knew of exactly one person who had posted the correct answer to a Simpsons news group on the night of the original broadcast. One person in the entire country watching one of the most widely viewed television programs of the year correctly identified the shooter from the available clues. And that person was using a college internet account that was no longer active by the time the contest concluded. The producers could not find them. They issued an open invitation on the DVD release for the person to come forward, and, as far as anyone knows, that invitation was never answered. Think about what this means for the mystery's construction. The show's creators promoted this as a solvable puzzle. They told the audience that the clues were in Part 1, and that a careful viewer could identify the shooter from the evidence provided. And then essentially nobody did. The most watched television mystery event of 1995 was solved by exactly one person, and that person vanished before they could be verified. Either the clues were genuinely insufficient, or the red herrings were far more effective than the actual evidence trail, or the answer was not actually derivable from the evidence in the way the show claimed. Now let us look at the specific clues. Burns falls on the sundial. His hands point to W and S, or from his perspective, M and S. The show tells us this means Maggie Simpson. M for Maggie, S for Simpson. The hands of the dying man spell out his attacker's initials. Except that Burns himself stated canonically within the episode that his hands landing on those letters was not intentional. He did not position himself to spell out his attacker's name. He fell. The sundial clue, the central piece of physical evidence that the show uses to anchor its conclusion, was explicitly described by the victim himself as a coincidence. The most important clue and the most elaborate mystery in the show's history was meaningless according to the person it supposedly came from. Then there is the gun. Burns carried a firearm in a shoulder holster. In the footage from the town meeting, the holster is visible and it is empty. Before the shooting, before Burns was shot, his gun was already not in his holster. Someone had already taken it, or he had never had it on him that evening. Either way, the weapon used to shoot Burns was not a weapon brought to the town meeting by the shooter. The shooter encountered Burns's gun, by chance, or by prior arrangement, and used it in the moment. This narrows the profile of the shooter in an interesting way. Most of the angry people at the town meeting had come prepared for confrontation. They had brought weapons because they were angry enough at Burns that carrying a weapon to the meeting felt appropriate. The person who shot Burns was someone who had not come armed. Someone who had not planned to shoot anyone that night. Someone who encountered the weapon by circumstance and acted impulsively in the moment, or someone who had specifically taken Burns's own gun from him earlier that evening, which would imply a level of planning that seems to exclude the accidental stumble scenario. Burns's last spoken words before being shot were, "Oh, it's you, not who are you, not get away from me," not any of the sounds of a man confronted by a threat. "Oh, it's you," the way you would greet someone you recognized, someone you knew, someone who, in that moment, did not register as a danger. Does Burns recognize Maggie Simpson? What is their established relationship? Has the show, at any point before this episode, depicted a meaningful interaction between Charles Montgomery Burns and the Simpson family's infant daughter? Burns barely recognizes Homer. Homer has worked for him for years. The idea that Burns would look up from the ground in the parking lot after a town meeting and greet a baby with the warm recognition of someone who knows who they are looking at does not fit the characterization the show had spent 6 seasons building. And then there is Season 18. In Season 18, Homer claims, casually, on camera, in a regular episode, that he was actually the one who shot Burns. He just says it, out loud, as if it is information he has always had, and nobody in the scene reacts. Nobody investigates. Nobody reopens the case. Nobody even follows up. Homer Simpson confesses to the attempted murder of the wealthiest man in Springfield, and the show treats it like a throwaway line, a background detail, something that happens and is immediately forgotten. This could mean Homer is lying for attention, which is consistent with his character. Or it could mean the official verdict was wrong, and Homer knows it was wrong because he is the one who pulled the trigger. And if Homer did it, then Maggie was framed. A 1-year-old child was blamed for a crime committed by her father. And the evidence trail that supposedly led to that conclusion, the DNA, the sundial, Burns's identification from a man who had just woken up from a shooting with a bullet in him, was either manufactured, misinterpreted, or both. There is a Reddit-originated theory, building on careful analysis of the episode, that the real shooter was Marge. The argument is surprisingly strong when you examine it. Marge had watched Burns destroy her children's school. She had watched him injure her family's dog. She had watched him steal the sun from the town where her children were growing up. She had, across the show's run to that point, been depicted as a woman with a controlled but genuine capacity for decisive action when her family was threatened. Her motive was not abstract, it was maternal. It was the most direct kind. And there is a prior episode, Marge Gets a Job, in which Burns falls in love with Marge. He becomes genuinely, specifically infatuated with her. His feelings for her are depicted as real, at least by his standards, which is to say they are possessive and inappropriate, but they are also sincere. Burns does not fake things he feels. He lacks the social calibration to perform emotions he does not have. The Marge theory argues that this prior infatuation explains something that the official account cannot explain. Why would Burns, waking from a gunshot wound with the opportunity to identify his attacker and have them prosecuted to the full extent of the law, choose to point at the sundial and let the investigation draw its own conclusions rather than name the person who shot him? Because if the person who shot him was Marge, Burns would not name her. He would protect her. He would absorb the bullet and wake up and say what he needed to say to redirect the investigation away from the woman he had convinced himself he loved. And Maggie, 1 year old and immune to prosecution, was the perfect alternative. Chief Wiggum said it himself. No jury in the world would convict a baby. Maybe not in most of the country. He made a joke about Texas, but the larger point stands. Maggie Simpson was the cleanest possible redirect for any investigation that needed to end without consequences. She could not be prosecuted. She could not testify against whoever the real shooter was. She could not articulate a defense or an accusation. She was 1 year old. Blaming Maggie was the solution that cost everyone the least. And if Burns was directing the investigation toward that conclusion deliberately, he had both the motive and the social capital to make it stick. The alternate ending tells you something important about how invested even the writers were in the official answer. A complete alternate conclusion to the two-part episode was animated and fully produced, in which Smithers is revealed as the shooter. Full length, fully voiced, properly edited. This was not a sketch or a rough cut. It was a finished product shown in the clip show episode The Simpsons 138th episode. Spectacular, hosted by Troy McClure. McClure dismisses the Smithers ending by saying it would not have made sense because the Simpson DNA evidence would have to be ignored, which, he says, would be downright nutty. And that line is a direct reference to the O.J. Simpson trial, which had concluded only weeks before the Who Shot Mr. Burns resolution aired. A high-profile case in which a jury chose not to convict in the face of DNA evidence. The show is winking. It is pointing at the real world and saying, ignoring DNA evidence happens. It happens when there are other forces at work. It happens when the conclusion has already been decided and the evidence needs to be shaped to fit it. Early drafts of the script had Barney Gumble as the shooter. The writers considered this seriously enough to develop it as a genuine option. They planned to use the revelation as a catalyst for major character changes. This was abandoned, but it confirms that the shooter's identity was not locked in from the beginning of the mystery's construction. The writers cycled through candidates. They wrote clues to fit whoever they had settled on that week. The mystery was not constructed by planting evidence that pointed to a specific answer and then revealing that answer. It was constructed in reverse. The answer was chosen, and then the preceding episode was examined for details that could be made to support it. The shooting of Mr. Burns was never fully solved. It was closed. And in Springfield, those two things have never been the same. A case being closed means the official story has been agreed upon and the investigation has stopped. It does not mean the truth has been found. It means the truth has been made inconvenient enough that continuing to look for it is no longer worth anyone's time or resources. The sundial clue was meaningless. Burns said so himself. The DNA evidence pointed to a Simpson, but there are 4 Simpsons, and one of them, Homer, has separately confessed to the crime. The alternate endings were fully produced, and the Smithers version was presented on television with a meta-joke about how ignoring evidence is sometimes exactly what happens. Maggie was identified in a statement given by a man who had just woken from a coma with a bullet wound. The official answer is Maggie. The show is committed to it. But the contest that nobody won, the clues the victim described as accidental, the alternate endings, the unexamined confession, and the final shot of a 1-year-old child checking to make sure she was alone before reenacting the shooting in the privacy of an empty room, all of it suggests that the greatest mystery in this show's history was never resolved. It was just agreed upon. And in Springfield, agreement has always been a more powerful force than truth. Section 4, Mr. Burns and the Architecture of Immortality. Now we slow down even further. Because the question we are about to look at is not a question about a single episode or a single event. It is a question about the entire span of this show, about a character who has been present since the very beginning. About a man, if man is still the right word for what he has become, who represents something the show has been quietly building toward for 36 years. How is Mr. Burns still alive? This is not a rhetorical question. This is not a joke about cartoon logic or the physics of animation. Within the established internal canon of this show, Charles Montgomery Burns is a medical impossibility. His age has been stated and implied and contradicted across dozens of episodes, but every version of the timeline places his birth somewhere in the late 1800s. He has referenced personal memories from before the turn of the 20th century. He has told stories about events from the 1910s as though he witnessed them firsthand. He has described working relationships with historical figures who died before most of the show's current audience was born. By the most conservative possible reading of the show's continuity, Burns is well over 100 years old. By the more liberal reading, the one that takes into account his references to the Gilded Age as a personal memory rather than a historical one, he might be pushing 140. And he does not just exist, he functions. He runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation with an operational staff and a physical plant and a regulatory relationship with the federal government, however corrupted that relationship may be. He manipulates municipal politics. He orchestrates schemes that require sustained strategic thinking, long-term planning, the ability to understand and navigate modern finance and modern law and modern technology. His body is frail, genuinely and obviously frail. His physical strength is so minimal that he cannot turn a door handle without effort. But his mind. His mind is another matter entirely. Burns is, by the measure of strategic ruthlessness alone, arguably the most cognitively capable character in Springfield. He thinks in decades. He plans in generations. He holds grudges across half a century and executes revenge with the patience of someone who has learned through long experience that time is on his side. He has been operating at that level for longer than any human being should be capable of sustained consciousness. The show addresses his survival directly in the Springfield Files episode, which we touched on briefly during the radiation theory section, but which deserves a much fuller examination here. Burns undergoes a weekly medical regimen. The details of this regimen are not fully disclosed, but what the show does tell us is this. The treatment is so intensive, so saturated with chemicals and radiation therapy and experimental interventions that it causes Burns's body to emit a visible green glow after each session. Not a faint luminescence. A full, visible, unmistakable glow, the kind that lights up the surrounding darkness when he walks through the woods in the middle of the night. The kind that makes the citizens of Springfield, who have lived their entire lives in the shadow of a nuclear power plant and have seen Blinky the three-eyed fish, and who have watched their own skin turn and stay yellow without asking why, look up and say, without a trace of irony, that must be an alien from another world. Not radiation. Not the facility on the horizon that they can see from their own backyards. An extraterrestrial visitor. That is how thoroughly Springfield has been conditioned to look away from the obvious. But here's the thing about the treatment. It keeps Burns alive for exactly one more week. That is the margin. 7 days. He undergoes the treatment, he gets 7 days of continued biological function, and then he needs another dose or he dies. The margin for error is 0, miss one appointment, and the infrastructure keeping him alive collapses. His body's systems, already operating so far outside normal biological parameters that they require weekly external maintenance, shut down. Burns is not surviving through natural processes. He is being kept alive artificially, mechanically, through a recurring intervention administered on a precise weekly schedule, the way you service a machine. Not medicine in the conventional sense of treating illness and restoring function. Nuclear maintenance. His body is a system, and his treatments are the control mechanism that keeps the system from going critical. The disease paradox, the Three Stooges syndrome scene, fits directly into this framework once you understand the maintenance model. A doctor examines Burns and finds that his body contains every disease known to medical science. Every single one, simultaneously, all present and active in the same biological system at the same time. The doctor explains that this should be fatal. By rights, Burns should already be dead several dozen times over from the sheer cumulative weight of his pathology. But he is not dead because all of the diseases are in perfect equilibrium. Each one is being blocked by the presence of every other one. They are all trying to kill him at the same moment, and as a result, none of them can advance. The doorway is too crowded for any single thing to get through it. This scene is played as a comedy beat. It is one of the show's most quoted exchanges. And if you accept it purely on its own terms, it is funny. But if you accept the radiation theory and the medical maintenance model, it is something more precise and more unsettling than a joke. Burns's diseases are not in equilibrium through natural processes. His biology is not lucky or unusually resilient. The weekly treatments are maintaining that equilibrium. They are keeping every illness in perfect stasis, balanced against every other illness, preventing any single condition from gaining the dominance that would let it progress. The treatments are not curing Burns, they are managing him. They are holding every pathological process in his body at the exact point of cancellation, the way a nuclear reactor's control rods hold the fission reaction at the exact point of controlled criticality without ever letting it tip over into catastrophe. Burns's body is a reactor. His weekly treatments are rod adjustments. And the person who manages the schedule, who ensures the adjustments happen at the right intervals, who monitors the system and catches the warning signs before they become failures, is Smithers. Smithers, Waylon Smithers, Burns's personal assistant. A man whose devotion to Burns has been depicted as one of the central running dynamics of the entire show. Sometimes as comedy, sometimes as something considerably more tender and more complicated than comedy. Smithers manages Burns's calendar. Smithers handles his correspondence. Smithers manages every logistical aspect of Burns's daily existence. But most critically, Smithers manages the treatment schedule. He ensures Burns makes every appointment. He monitors Burns's condition between sessions with an attentiveness that goes well beyond professional duty. The show has established repeatedly that if Smithers were ever removed from the picture, Burns would be helpless. Not emotionally helpless in the way that a dependent person is helpless without their support. Physically helpless. Without Smithers managing the treatment schedule, Burns would miss a dose. His disease equilibrium would fail. Every illness in his body would surge forward simultaneously, unopposed. The Three Stooges would all get through the doorway at once. Smithers is not devoted to Burns purely out of personal attachment. He is devoted because he knows that his absence is a death sentence. That knowledge is the true foundation of their entire relationship. Burns needs Smithers the way a machine needs its engineer. And Smithers knows that his continued presence is the one thing standing between the oldest man in Springfield and the accumulated consequences of a century of biological abuse. Then there is the family history, the generational dimension that the show hints at without ever fully developing. Burns has described personal involvement in an absurd range of historical moments. He attended Yale. He served in the Second World War in a capacity the show suggests was morally problematic, even by the standards of a global conflict. He stole a $1 trillion bill from the United States government during the war and hid it for decades, which is a detail so specific and so strange that the show has never fully explained how it was accomplished or why Burns chose to keep it rather than spending it. He knew Howard Hughes. He has referenced the Gilded Age, the period of American industrial excess in the late 19th century, not as something he has read about, but as something he remembers. His family wealth predates the Industrial Revolution. The Burns dynasty, as the show depicts it through flashbacks and oblique references, is one of the oldest continuously active concentrations of private power in American history. Not just wealth, power. The kind of wealth that builds infrastructure and then controls access to it. The kind of wealth that shapes elections and purchases institutions and operates so far above the legal framework that the concept of accountability becomes theoretical rather than practical. Burns inherited this legacy and has been extending it for over a century. He did not build an empire. He took control of an empire that was already ancient when it was handed to him, and he has spent the intervening decades making it older. The question the show never answers, the one that sits at the edge of everything we know about Burns, is whether he is an anomaly or whether this kind of engineered longevity has always been a feature of the Burns family line. If the current Burns has been alive for 140 years through artificial means, through nuclear treatments and pharmaceutical management, and the machinery of extreme wealth, is it possible that previous generations found different methods? Before radiation therapy, before the pharmaceutical industry, before modern medicine, did the Burns family use other strategies to extend their hold on power beyond normal human lifespan? The show does not say. But it establishes clearly and repeatedly that the Burns dynasty has been in continuous active control of its fortune for longer than most American institutions have existed. That kind of continuity does not happen through normal generational succession. Children inherit, grandchildren spend. The pattern across human history is consistent. Dynastic wealth disperses over generations. The Burns family's wealth did not disperse. It accumulated. That trajectory requires either extraordinary luck or extraordinary measures. Burns's relationship with death itself tells you something. He has come closer to dying than almost any other character in the show across its run. He has been shot by Maggie Simpson and survived. He has collapsed, been hospitalized, been attacked, been poisoned, been left for dead in the wilderness, and every single time he comes back. Not through cartoon resilience, not through the same mechanism that lets Homer survive being electrocuted and then walk away whistling. Burns comes back through infrastructure, through the machinery of accumulated wealth, through the medical resources that $30 billion can purchase and the institutional structures that $30 billion can construct and maintain. Homer's immortality is passive. The show just keeps him alive because it needs him alive. Burns's immortality is engineered. Every dollar he has ever spent, every institution he has ever corrupted, every politician he has ever purchased, every doctor he has ever retained is part of a system with one ultimate purpose. Keep Burns alive. Keep the treatments scheduled. Keep the diseases balanced. Keep the reactor running. Because if Burns dies, the system collapses with him. And systems built over a century do not allow themselves to die if they can prevent it. Here is the most unsettling dimension of the Burns immortality question, the one that the show gestures toward without ever stating directly. Springfield needs Burns. Economically, the town is almost entirely dependent on the power plant. The power plant is Burns's. Take Burns out of the equation and the plant's ownership becomes legally complicated. The management of 342 violations becomes impossible to defer any further. The regulatory machinery that Burns has spent decades subverting kicks in and the facility shuts down. And Springfield loses its primary employer and its primary power source simultaneously. The town's economy, already fragile, already compromised by decades of environmental contamination, collapses. Springfield cannot kill Burns because Springfield cannot survive without Burns. It is a loop. Burns needs the treatments to stay alive. The treatments require the infrastructure Burns's wealth provides. Burns's wealth requires the power plant's revenue. The power plant requires Springfield's continued dependence. Springfield's dependence requires Burns to remain alive and in control. The loop is self-reinforcing. Every element requires every other element. Nothing inside it can change without everything inside it changing. And changing would mean accountability. Accountability for the three-eyed fish, for the cracked cooling towers, for the contaminated water supply. For 3 generations of Simpsons, whose lives were shaped by decisions Burns made in his own interests. Burns is not immortal. He is something worse. He is too expensive to die. And Springfield will keep paying the bill for as long as Burns keeps the lights on, which, if his treatment schedule holds, appears to be indefinitely. The show has given us a character who is, by any biological standard, already dead many times over. A man kept alive by weekly intervention, surrounded by the institutional infrastructure of a century of accumulated power, sustained by an assistant whose devotion is functionally a medical procedure, inhabiting a body that contains every disease ever documented and stays alive only because none of them can get to him first. And this man owns the building where Homer Simpson spends his working hours. This man controls the facility that provides the electricity that powers the town where Homer's family lives. This man is, in ways the show has repeatedly established, and Homer has repeatedly been too cognitively compromised to recognize, the central figure in the architecture of Homer's entire existence. The oldest man in Springfield, the man who remembers the Spanish-American War, the man who glows in the dark after his weekly treatment and walks through the woods in a euphoric daze while the citizens of the town he has spent a century poisoning look up and whisper, "Alien." He is not alien. He is the most Springfield thing in Springfield. He is what Springfield was built to serve and what Springfield will continue serving long after the reasons for that service have been completely forgotten, which, in Springfield, should not take long at all. Section 5. Maggie Simpson, the most dangerous person in Springfield. Let us stay quiet for a moment. The house is settled around you. Whatever sounds exist at this hour in your part of the world are probably soft ones. Traffic thinning out, the building adjusting, the particular quality of nighttime silence that is not really silence at all, but a lower register of sound that the daytime ones crowd out. In that quiet, let us talk about the quietest member of the Simpson family. Maggie Simpson does not speak. She does not walk reliably. She communicates primarily through the occasional gesture and the movement of a pacifier that she has been sucking on continuously for 36 years. She is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for the entire run of this show, and in that time, without uttering a meaningful word, without completing a full sentence, without being able to walk across a room without falling, she has accumulated a record of accomplishment that makes every other member of her family look like they have been coasting. She shot a billionaire. She organized and led a full rebellion in a daycare facility against a tyrannical caretaker. She has saved her family from multiple life-threatening situations, intervening at critical moments with a timing and decisiveness that an adult would be proud of. She has demonstrated problem-solving abilities in high-pressure situations that exceed those of every adult character in the show, except possibly Burns. She has been formally assessed and found to possess an intelligence so anomalous that standardized testing apparently cannot measure it. And through all of it, through every remarkable thing she has done, through every moment where she has proven herself to be the most capable person in whatever room she is in, she has maintained her silence. Not because she cannot speak, because she chooses not to. We covered the shooting of Burns in the previous section, and we already examined the detail that the coma theory transforms into something unbearably poignant. But there is one piece of that episode's aftermath that we did not spend enough time on. The final shot of Who Shot Mr. Burns Part 2. Everyone has left the hospital room. The investigation is concluded. The official conclusion has been delivered. Burns is awake. The case is closed. Maggie is left alone in the room. She looks around the space carefully, deliberately. She takes in the fact that nobody else is present. And then, once she has confirmed her solitude, she moves her pacifier in a motion that precisely mimics the action of pulling a trigger. Now, there are two ways to read this. The show wants you to read it as confirmation. Maggie did it. She knows she did it. She is alone and she is reenacting the moment with the particular private satisfaction of someone revisiting a memory that pleased them. But consider the other reading. A baby in the hours following a violent event she witnessed, alone in a room, reenacting the motion she watched someone else perform. Because that is also what babies do. They absorb the world through imitation. They process experience by repeating it. She watched someone shoot Mr. Burns. She is doing what 1-year-olds do with significant events they have witnessed. She is replaying it. In this reading, Maggie is not confessing, she is remembering. And she is doing it in private, having checked her surroundings first because she is old enough to understand that what she saw has implications she does not fully grasp yet, but that the grown-ups around her are treating as something serious, something requiring discretion. Either reading requires you to acknowledge something about Maggie that the show spends enormous creative effort establishing across its entire run. She is not a normal baby. The Longest Daycare is a 7-minute animated short film released in 2012, shown in cinemas before a full-length feature. It was nominated for an Academy Award, and it is one of the most precise, most deliberate pieces of evidence for Maggie's intelligence that the show has ever produced. The premise is simple. Maggie is dropped off at the Ayn Rand School for Tots, a daycare center run with authoritarian efficiency, by a woman who assigns babies to developmental categories on intake and gives the ones deemed least promising the most restrictive environment. Maggie is assessed quickly and placed in the lowest category. Inside the facility, she encounters a caterpillar. She watches it. She understands what it is in the process of becoming, and she wants to protect it from Gerald, a unibrow baby who wants to destroy it because destroying things is what Gerald does. What follows is a miniature action film in which Maggie, without speaking a word, outmaneuvers the bully, the daycare staff, the facility's physical layout, and the building's apparent security systems to protect the caterpillar and release the resulting butterfly into the open air. She does all of this through pure observation and adaptive problem solving. She reads the environment before acting. She identifies threats and catalogs them. She plans her movements with an awareness of other people's behavior patterns, anticipating where the staff will be and when, what Gerald will do and in what time frame, how the space can be used against its own design. She executes multi-step plans under time pressure, adjusting in real time when circumstances change. She is doing, in a 7-minute short film with no dialogue, what most adults would struggle to accomplish in a high-stakes, unfamiliar environment with full cognitive resources available to bow them. And she is doing it with the motor skills of a 1-year-old. She falls. She stumbles. She cannot run the way she would need to run to make certain maneuvers work efficiently. Her body is a constant limitation, but her decision-making is not limited by her body. Every choice she makes is the optimal choice given the available information. Every adjustment is correct. Her body can barely keep up with her mind, and her mind does not wait for her body. It just works around the limitation. The show has tested Maggie's intelligence directly at various points across its run. The results vary between episodes because the show has not committed to a single definitive number, but the pattern they trace is consistent. In episode after episode, in scene after scene, Maggie registers as extraordinary. The tests cannot accurately measure her. She is assessed, and the assessment comes back not as a number, but as a category beyond the normal scale. The family notes this. The family finds it charming or funny or mildly concerning. The family moves on because there is always something else happening in the Simpson household. Another crisis Homer has generated, another of Bart's pranks unraveling, another of Lisa's crusades reaching its inevitable frustrated conclusion. And Maggie sits in her playpen or her stroller or her high chair and watches all of it, and says nothing. This is the theory that makes everything about Maggie cohere into a single picture. Her silence is not a developmental delay. It is not the expected muteness of a pre-verbal child who simply has not reached the language milestone yet. It is a strategic choice, made by a mind intelligent enough to have observed the costs and benefits of visibility and concluded that invisibility is more valuable than recognition. Consider what she has had in front of her as a model for the visible use of intelligence. Lisa Simpson, brilliant, genuinely, measurably, world-class brilliant. An IQ that dwarfs every other member of her family and most of the adults in Springfield. A musical talent that would be remarkable in a trained adult. An ethical clarity that the show has never seriously challenged, even when it finds her inconvenient. Lisa Simpson is the most obviously gifted person in Springfield. And she announces that fact because she cannot do otherwise, because her intelligence is not something she knows how to contain or conceal. And what has it gotten her? Isolation, mockery, dismissal. Lisa speaks up and gets ignored. Lisa challenges authority and gets punished. Lisa tries to improve the world around her and encounters the full weight of a community that does not want to be improved and resents being reminded that improvement is necessary. Lisa's intelligence is her most profound gift and her most reliable source of pain. It is the thing that makes her extraordinary and the thing that makes her loneliest. Because she wears it on the outside, and the outside is a place that punishes people who are too visibly different from what is expected. Maggie watched this happen from the beginning. She has been present for the entirety of Lisa's experience with visible intelligence. She has watched her sister fight, every single day, for acknowledgement, for respect, for the basic dignity of being taken seriously, and receive in return a small fraction of what she deserves and an enormous helping of everything that makes the fight not worth it. She has watched the smartest person in the family be consistently undervalued, underestimated, and run down by a household and a community that rewards the appearance of normalcy and punishes any deviation from it. And Maggie drew the opposite conclusion from that experience. Lisa learned to keep fighting regardless of the cost. That is her essential character. The stubbornness, the refusal to stop pushing, the continued willingness to raise her hand even when the room sighs. She cannot stop. The fight is who she is. Maggie learned something different. She learned that the fight costs more than it returns in Springfield. She learned that visibility is a liability. She learned that the less they notice you, the more you can actually accomplish. She learned that silence is not the absence of power. Silence is the most efficient form of power available to someone in her position. Think about the track record. When Burns was shot, the investigation focused on Homer, on Marge, on Smithers, on Skinner, on Moe, on Tito Puente, on anyone and everyone with an established adult motive. Nobody focused on the baby. Because who suspects a baby? The investigation did not look in Maggie's direction for the simple reason that Maggie's direction did not seem worth looking in. She is a baby. She does not have plans. She does not have motives. She does not have anything except a pacifier and very large eyes and the complete invisibility that comes with being the least consequential seeming person in any room she occupies. The daycare rebellion succeeded because nobody monitors infants closely enough to see them organizing. The rescue operations, the moment where Maggie's decisive intervention saved a situation that the adults around her could not resolve, went unnoticed or unremarked because the adults around her did not think of Maggie as a source of decisive intervention. Every heroic act she has performed, every display of intelligence, every moment where she has been the actual determining factor in how a situation resolves, has happened below the threshold of attention. In the margins. In the spaces nobody watches because nobody thinks the spaces are worth watching. And Maggie has ensured that those spaces remain available to her by maintaining the most complete and most effective disguise available. She pretends to be exactly what everyone expects a baby to be: passive, helpless, dependent, largely unaware. She is none of those things. She is the opposite of all of them. Now connect this to the radiation theory. If Springfield's contaminated environment produces mutations, and if those mutations affect different individuals differently based on variables we do not fully understand, then Maggie represents the opposite pole of the spectrum from Homer. Homer's mutation diminished his cognitive function to the point of clinical disability. The radiation took something from Homer's brain that was never fully restored. Maggie's mutation, same environmental exposure, same contaminated water and irradiated air, same cracked cooling towers visible from the living room window, went the other direction. It amplified her. It took whatever cognitive potential she was born with and pushed it beyond the range that standardized testing can measure. Homer and Maggie are two expressions of the same underlying cause. He is what happens when radiation removes something essential. She is what happens when radiation adds something extraordinary. And if the coma theory is true, if the show since April of 1993 is the dream of Homer Simpson lying in a hospital bed, then Maggie's genius carries a weight that is almost too much to think about in the quiet of a late night. If Homer is dreaming, if every episode is the product of an unconscious mind using the last memories it had before going under, then Maggie's extraordinary capabilities are Homer's deepest hope for his youngest child, projected into the dream. He cannot see her grow up. He cannot watch her develop. He cannot hear her speak in full sentences or walk without falling or become whoever she was going to become without him there. So in the dream, he makes her extraordinary. He gives her capabilities that transcend her age. He makes her able to handle whatever comes because the unbearable part of being in a coma with a young family is not the pain or the confusion. It is the helplessness, the not being there. The knowing that things are happening without you and you cannot protect anyone or guide anyone or be present for any of it. Maggie's genius in this reading is not a mutation. It is a father's prayer. The last wish of a man who fell unconscious before his youngest child could walk, dreaming her into someone who does not need protection. Someone who will be okay without him there. That is the most beautiful reading of Maggie Simpson that the show permits. But there is a darker one. In the waking world of Springfield, if there still is a waking world, Maggie does not speak because she has learned that speaking gets you nothing. She does not reveal her intelligence because intelligence is punished in Springfield. She watches everything and remembers everything and understands everything, and she waits. The show never tells us what she is waiting for. Maggie's endgame is the last truly unsolved mystery of the Simpson family. She is the only character whose future is completely opaque, because the show has never definitively depicted what she could do if she decided to do it. We have glimpses: a shooting, a daycare revolution, a rescue, a confirmation, silent but unmistakable, of her awareness. We have 36 years of a one-year-old watching the world with the patience of something much older and much more purposeful than a one-year-old has any business being. Something is planning. Behind the pacifier, behind the enormous eyes, behind 3.5 decades of deliberate, chosen silence. Something is thinking with a clarity that nobody in Springfield suspects. Something has been taking notes on the town, and the family, and the power plant, and the billionaire for 36 years. Something knows everything that has happened and has been building towards something that we have not yet been allowed to see. And when Maggie finally acts, when she makes the move she has been preparing for since before she could walk, Springfield will not see it coming. That is exactly how she designed it. Section 6. Mona Simpson and the conspiracy that broke 3 generations. The night is still going. Let it go. We have covered a lot of ground since we started tonight. We have looked at the town's contamination. We have examined Homer's possible coma. We have reopened the case against Burns's shooter. We have traced the architecture of a man's impossible survival. We have watched a baby who should not be capable of what she is capable of. Now we go deeper. We go to the story that the show tells across multiple seasons, the story that is, in some ways, the emotional center of everything else. The story that explains not just what is wrong with Homer Simpson, but why it had to go wrong. Why it was arranged to go wrong. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer's mother was dead. That was the established fact of his life. Abe Simpson, Homer's father, had told him so when Homer was young. He had shown him a grave. Homer had grown up with the particular shape of grief that belongs to people who lose a parent in childhood. The grief that is partly about the person gone and partly about everything you will never know about them, and partly about the person you might have been if they had stayed. That grief shaped Homer's personality in ways that the show is remarkably clear about when you look at them directly. His desperate need for approval, his clinginess toward Marge, the specific way he clings to her as if her presence is something that could be taken away at any moment. His terror of abandonment, not just dramatic abandonment, but the small daily kind. The fear that if he is not entertaining enough, or useful enough, or lovable enough, the people he loves will decide he is not worth the effort. His willingness to accept humiliation and degradation from Burns without resistance, because the alternative, losing the one stable structure in his life, is worse than any amount of humiliation. Homer Simpson's entire emotional architecture is a coping mechanism built around a loss he experienced as a child and never recovered from. Season 7, November of 1995. The episode is called Mother Simpson, and it is, by the reckoning of most serious fans of this show, one of the finest episodes in the series' run. Homer fakes his own death to get out of doing volunteer work on a Saturday. He pushes a dummy off a cliff near the power plant. The town believes he has died, and then Marge, practical as always, insists that he go to the Hall of Records and correct the death certificate before the administrative consequences start compounding. Homer goes. And at the Hall of Records, looking through the town's archived documentation, he finds something. His mother is alive. She never died. The grave Abe showed him was not hers. It was the grave of Walt Whitman, the poet. Abe Simpson had been pointing to a famous writer's headstone and telling his son it was his mother's burial site for Homer's entire life. Homer finds Mona at a cemetery, visiting what she believes is her dead son's grave. She does not recognize him at first. He has changed. He has grown into the person he became in her absence, which is a sentence that contains more pain than it initially appears to. But when Homer proves who he is, when the recognition happens, the episode produces one of the most genuinely moving scenes the show has ever created. A grown man and his mother, separated for 27 years, finding each other beside a headstone that belongs to neither of them. and then Mona tells him why she left. The story begins in 1969. Mona Simpson was a housewife. She was married to Abe. She had a young son named Homer. She was ordinary. She was living a quiet life in Springfield, while the world outside was experiencing some of the most seismic social upheaval in American history. And something about that upheaval reached her. It radicalized her. She joined a group of activists, countercultural protesters, people the show calls hippies, but whom the show also depicts as acting from genuine moral conviction about something genuinely worth acting against. They targeted a laboratory owned by Mr. Burns, not the nuclear power plant. A separate facility entirely. A biological weapons laboratory, a facility designed to produce and store weaponized pathogens, operating in Springfield, owned by the same man who would later build a nuclear reactor in the same town with 342 safety violations. Mr. Burns in 1969 was manufacturing weapons-grade biological agents in the community where Homer Simpson was growing up, where children were playing, where families were living their lives with no knowledge of what was being produced a few miles from their homes. Mona and her group broke into the laboratory. They detonated what the show describes as an antibiotic bomb, designed to destroy the biological agents stored inside rather than harm anyone in the facility. During the raid, as a side effect of the explosion, they accidentally cured the asthma of the facility's security guard. That guard was Clancy Wiggum, who would later become Springfield's chief of police, which is either a remarkable coincidence or the kind of detail that suggests the show's universe is much more tightly interconnected than it usually acknowledges. The raid was successful. The biological agents were destroyed. The laboratory's stockpile was neutralized. Mona and her group were preparing to leave when she made the one mistake that cost her everything. Someone had been knocked down in the chaos of the explosion. Mona stopped to help them. A human reflex. The instinct to help someone who has fallen, regardless of who they are or what they represent. She stopped, she offered her hand. And when she looked up, the person she was helping was Burns. He saw her face. He identified her. He reported her to the FBI. And from that moment, Mona Simpson was a fugitive. She could not go home. She could not contact her family. She could not hold her son. She could not explain to a child what was happening, why his mother was not there, why she had not said goodbye. She kissed Homer while he was sleeping and disappeared into the night. And Homer woke up and his mother was gone. He was told she was dead. He grew up believing he was the kind of son a mother would rather die than raise, that there was something fundamentally wrong with him that made people leave. Now here's where the conspiracy takes its shape. Burns did not simply identify Mona to the FBI and let the legal system handle it. Burns pursued her, actively, for decades. He held a personal grudge against a woman who had destroyed his weapons program, and he used the full weight of his resources, his connections, and his influence to ensure she could never safely return to her family. The FBI file on Mona Simpson remained active for 30 years. Not because she was an ongoing threat, because Burns kept it active. When Mona returns to Springfield in the Season 7 episode, Burns spots her almost immediately. He sees her through the window of a cab, and he calls the authorities. The FBI arrives at the Simpson house. Mona has to flee again. Homer has to say goodbye to his mother for the second time. And this time the goodbye is worse in a specific way, because this time Homer knows why. He knows who forced her out. He knows that the man responsible for his mother being taken from him when he was a child is the same man who signs his paycheck, the same man who employs him, the same man he has worked for every day for his entire adult life. And Homer does not connect the dots. He does not confront Burns. He does not resign. He does not even seem to fully process the connection between the billionaire whose facility he maintains and the billionaire who systematically destroyed his family. The show does not play this as a joke. It plays it as something sadder than a joke, as evidence of damage so thorough that the person living with it cannot see its architecture. Because Homer is not capable of making that connection. His brain does not work that way. Not anymore. Maybe it never did after the crayon and the radiation and the 30-plus years of cognitive compromise from living and working in Springfield's contaminated environment. He sees each piece of his life in the moment it is happening. He does not step back and see how the pieces connect to each other, how they form a pattern, how the pattern has a source. And that is the conspiracy in its final form. Burns did not just ruin Mona Simpson's life, he engineered Homer's. By driving Mona away when Homer was a child, Burns ensured that Homer would grow up emotionally fractured, desperate for approval, constitutionally incapable of challenging authority, terrified at a deep, unconscious level of abandonment and rejection. He grew Homer into exactly the kind of worker that a man like Burns needs at a facility like the power plant. Compliant, obedient, grateful for whatever scraps of recognition come his way. Incapable of the sustained, critical thinking that would be required to look at his own working conditions and say, "No, this is wrong. I will not continue." Homer does not work at the power plant because he lacks the intelligence to find better employment, though the radiation and the crayon have certainly not helped. Homer works at the power plant because Burns broke the person who might have known better before that person had a chance to develop. And the broken version of Homer is not a liability to Burns. He is an asset. He is the perfect safety inspector, which is to say he is a safety inspector who does not actually inspect safety, who ensures through incompetence that the violations continue unaddressed, and who never asks why things are the way they are because the cognitive equipment required to ask that question was damaged before he was old enough to use it. The show confirms the deliberateness of this arrangement in a later revelation. Burns committed a crime. Abe Simpson discovered the evidence of that crime. In exchange for Abe's silence, Burns guaranteed Homer lifetime employment at the plant, regardless of his performance, regardless of his errors, regardless of how many documented incidents accumulated in his file. 742 documented errors, and Homer was never permanently terminated. Not because Burns was inattentive, because Burns had a contract. Homer's job security was never a cartoon convenience used to reset the show between seasons. It was a binding agreement between his father and his mother's persecutor, made in secret, maintained in silence, and never explained to Homer because explaining it would require explaining everything else. The whole architecture, the laboratory raid, Mona's flight, the FBI file, the 30 years of deliberate exile, the chain of cause and effect that runs from a 1969 weapons lab through a sleeping child's goodbye to a grown man sleeping at his nuclear safety inspection desk. 3 generations of Simpsons broken by one man's grudge. And Homer stands at the center of it, too cognitively compromised to see the pattern, too emotionally dependent on the structure Burns controls to break free of it. Strangling his son on the couch every evening in a house that runs on electricity, generated by the same facility that poisons his water and funds the empire of the man who took his mother in the night. Burns did not just take Homer's mother, he took Homer's potential. Season 12 showed us what that potential looked like. Homer without the crayon. Homer with full cognitive access. Homer as he might have been if the damage had not accumulated, if the environmental contamination had not taken hold, if the early grief of maternal loss had not been compounded by decades of neurological erosion. That Homer is brilliant, articulate, genuinely capable of understanding the world around him in all its complexity. He sees Springfield clearly. He sees the pattern. He sees his employer for what he is, and his situation for what it is, and the architecture of his own suffering for what it is. And he cannot bear it. Being smart in Springfield is unbearable. The clarity costs more than the fog. He put the crayon back in because the fog was the only sustainable way to live in the town Burns built. But the choice was never really a choice. The fog was always going to win. Burns made sure of that when Homer was 6 years old and his mother disappeared in the night. Mona Simpson died in a later season. The death scene is the show at its most quietly devastating. Homer sits beside her. He holds her hand. He watches the mother he barely knew, the mother he spent 27 years believing was dead, slip away for the last time. There are no jokes, no cutaway gags, no reset, just a man and his mother and the weight of all the years between them pressing down. The years she spent running. The years he spent believing he was the reason she had to. The years that were stolen from both of them by a billionaire's grudge and a father's compliant silence, and a system that had no interest in telling either of them the truth. The Simpsons is a comedy. It has always been a comedy. But underneath the jokes, underneath the physical comedy and the celebrity cameos and the couch gags and the cultural satire, there is a story about what power does to families when it is unchecked, about what it costs to be the person standing in the way of someone who has more resources than you and is willing to use all of them, about what it means to grow up in the shadow of a system that was designed, specifically and deliberately, to keep you too small and too damaged and too compliant to challenge it. Mona fought back. She paid everything. Abe made a deal with the man who had destroyed his family. He paid everything too, in a different currency. Homer inherited the consequences of both of those choices, and never understood why his life felt like something that was happening to him rather than something he was living. Burns won. Burns always wins. In Springfield, the man with the money writes the rules. And the rules said Homer Simpson would stand in Sector 7G until he was no longer useful, because his grandfather made a deal, and because his mother made a choice, and because the richest man in town needed exactly one person in that control room who would never ask why the cooling towers were leaking. And Homer was broken, specifically and thoroughly, before he ever clocked in. Section 7, The Principal and the Pauper. Springfield's Engine of Denial. We are past the middle now. The night has deepened around you. If you have been drifting in and out, that is exactly the point. These stories are designed to be absorbed slowly. At the edges of sleep, the way certain kinds of truth are always absorbed. Not in one bright flash of clarity, but gradually, over time. In the soft peripheral spaces where the critical defenses are not fully raised. Let us talk about the episode that broke The Simpsons. Not in terms of quality, not in terms of popularity, not in terms of ratings or critical reception. In terms of something more fundamental. The episode that broke The Simpsons broke it by telling the truth about it, and Springfield has never forgiven the show for doing that. The episode is Season 9, Episode 2, The Principal and the Pauper. It aired on September 28, 1997, and it detonated like something slow and quiet inside the show's fan community. The backlash was immediate and has, in the intervening 28 years, never fully subsided. Fans still cite this episode as a specific rupture point. The moment the show betrayed its own continuity. The moment the writers stopped caring about the internal consistency of their world. But what if the fans had been reading the betrayal backwards? What if this episode did not break The Simpsons? What if it revealed what The Simpsons had always been? What if the things the fans felt as a betrayal were actually the show pulling back the curtain and showing everyone, very clearly, the mechanism that had been operating quietly behind every episode since the beginning? Here is what happens. Springfield Elementary holds a ceremony honoring Principal Seymour Skinner's 20 years of service to the school. It is a warm occasion, the kind of civic ritual that Springfield does when it wants to feel good about itself. 20 years of dedicated service, a known figure in the community, a man whose presence has been such a constant that his annual battles with Bart Simpson and his chronic dynamic with his domineering mother Agnes have become part of the town's social fabric. And then a stranger walks in, a man nobody has seen before. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner, the real Seymour Skinner, a decorated veteran of the Vietnam War, captured as a prisoner of war and held in Southeast Asia, presumed dead when he never came home. Except he survived. He escaped. He made his way back to the United States and then to Springfield, the town where he had last lived as himself, and he arrived to find that someone else had been living his identity for 2 decades. The man Springfield has known as Principal Skinner is not Seymour Skinner. His real name is Armin Tamzarian, and the story of how he became Seymour Skinner is one of the stranger, sadder origin stories the show has ever told. Before Vietnam, Tamzarian was a street kid, a petty criminal from the wrong side of whatever the Springfield equivalent of the tracks is. No prospects, no future, no identity worth protecting. He was drafted into the army, served in the same unit as the real Skinner, and was present when Skinner was captured and apparently killed. Tamzarian felt responsible, though the show is careful to make clear that the responsibility was not his in any direct sense. He traveled to Springfield to deliver the news of Skinner's death to his mother, Agnes. Agnes assumed he was her son. She needed him to be her son. There was something in her that could not absorb the alternative, And when Tamzarian appeared on her doorstep, she looked at him and decided he was Seymour, and she made that decision with such completeness that it simply became the reality of the situation. Tamzarian, who had never been wanted by anyone, who had never had a family or a home or a name that anyone associated with anything positive, could not bring himself to correct her. So he became Seymour Skinner. He took the name, the rank, the backstory, the mother, the entire life. He built a career in education as this borrowed person. He became, by the show's own internal assessment, a genuinely good principal. His results for the school were real. His relationships in the community were real. His conflict-riddled dynamic with Agnes was real. In the way that all relationships built on deception eventually become real because the feelings involved do not know the difference. 20 years. He lived inside the stolen identity for 20 years. And then the real Seymour Skinner walked through the gym door and the entire structure collapsed in real time, in public, in front of every person who had ever known either of them. The truth was now fully exposed. Everyone in Springfield knew. The man who had been running their school, raising their children, serving their community for 2 decades was not who he had claimed to be. The real Seymour Skinner, the actual war hero, the actual man whose life was taken without his consent, was standing in the room. The situation was, by any standard of ethics or law, a clear case requiring a clear response. Recognize the true identity. Restore it. Acknowledge the fraud. Let the process of accountability begin. Springfield held a town meeting, and the town voted. Not on how to handle Tamzarian's years of fraud. Not on how to restore Skinner's identity and make him whole. On whether to acknowledge the truth at all. A direct vote, with both men in the room and everyone fully informed on whether the reality of the situation was something Springfield was prepared to accept. The vote was unanimous. They chose the lie. Judge Snyder issued a legal decree. The imposter was officially and permanently the real Skinner. The actual Seymour Skinner, the genuine decorated veteran who had survived capture and returned home to find his life occupied by a stranger, was tied to a railroad car and physically expelled from Springfield. And the judge made it explicitly illegal, under penalty of unspecified torture, to ever mention what had actually happened. Let that settle for a moment. Feel the specific weight of it. A town fully informed, with complete evidence, chose a comfortable lie over an inconvenient truth. They had the real person standing right in front of them. They had the documented facts of the fraud. They had every piece of information required to make a correct decision. And they chose the wrong one, unanimously, and then made it illegal to say so. The episode was reviled. Harry Shearer, who voices Skinner among other characters, publicly expressed his displeasure. Critics called it the destruction of a central character's established history. Fans ranked it among the worst episodes ever produced. The consensus view, which has remained fairly stable for nearly 3 decades, is that The Principal and the Pauper was the show carelessly dismantling one of its own most beloved characters for no good reason. But here's the thing the consensus view does not want to acknowledge. The episode is honest about what Springfield is. It just says it clearly, in the open, where everyone can see it, instead of leaving it implied in the background, where it had been operating for years. Springfield has always done this. Springfield has always chosen the comfortable official version over the uncomfortable true version. The show had been depicting this dynamic since the very beginning. Every time Springfield experienced something that should have permanently altered the reality of the town, some catastrophic event, some impossible revelation, some world-changing development, the town returned to normal by the next episode. Not because the show was being careless, because that is what the town does. The difference with The Principal and the Pauper is that the show let you watch the mechanism operate in real time. You saw the meeting, you saw the vote, you saw the legal decree, you saw the actual banishment of truth from the community, performed publicly, on the record with everyone present. Every other time Springfield forgot a catastrophe or reset from something that should have changed everything, it happened between episodes, off-screen, in the gap between 1 week's broadcast and the next. You were asked to accept the reset without watching it be performed. This episode showed you the performance. It showed you the vote. It showed you the infrastructure of collective denial, the social machinery that keeps Springfield's impossible reality intact. the process by which a community decides what is true and punishes anyone who disagrees. And the fans experienced it as a betrayal because they had not realized they were supposed to be watching for it. They had been accepting the resets without questioning them, and the show had accommodated that acceptance by keeping the mechanism hidden. The principal and the pauper made the mechanism visible. And the visibility was what felt wrong, not what was being depicted. How many times has Springfield experienced something that should have permanently altered its reality? The town has been physically destroyed and rebuilt multiple times. It has been sealed under a government dome. It has survived nuclear near misses, environmental catastrophes, alien encounters, the literal blocking of the sun. It has watched its principal be unmasked as an imposter. It has watched a baby be identified as a shooter. It has watched its billionaire employer block out the sky as a business strategy. And every single time by the following week, everything is back to normal. Nobody remembers. Nobody references the previous event. The slate is clean. Fans call this episodic storytelling. The coma theory calls it a dreaming brain cycling between narrative episodes. The radiation theory calls it the cognitive consequence of chronic neurological damage. But the principal and the pauper offers a fourth explanation that does not require biology or dream states. Springfield resets because the town chooses to reset. Deliberately, collectively, through an unspoken social contract that is occasionally made explicit, as it was in this episode, and that says, in its clearest form, we will not acknowledge what happened. We will maintain the agreed-upon version of reality. We will treat the lie as truth and the truth as criminal, and anyone who breaks this contract will be removed from the community. That is not a cartoon trope. That is how communities work. Small towns in particular have a documented capacity for collective denial that social scientists have studied and historians have cataloged. Scandals get buried. Crimes become rumors. Uncomfortable truths get smoothed over by social consensus until the official version is the only version that survives to the next generation. The process is familiar. The Simpsons is just depicting it with unusual directness. Springfield does not forget because its residents are too cognitively impaired to remember. Although the radiation theory would suggest that is part of it. Springfield forgets because remembering is too dangerous. The chain of consequences is too long, and the destination too threatening. If they remember the dome, they have to think about the contamination. If they think about the contamination, they have to confront the power plant. If they confront the power plant, they have to challenge Burns. If they challenge Burns, the economy collapses. If the economy collapses, the town dies. So they forget. They vote to forget. They make it illegal to remember. And anyone who insists on the truth, anyone who shows up with evidence that the official narrative is wrong and demands that the community reckon with it, gets tied to a train and removed. The real Seymour Skinner was Springfield's canary in the coal mine. He arrived with documentation and a face and a specific human story, and he said, "Your principal is not who he says he is." And the town's response was not to thank him. It was not to investigate the claim or weigh the evidence or arrive at a just resolution. It was to criminalize the claim and exile the person making it. That is not a comedy beat. That is a diagnosis. The show is showing you, clearly and without ambiguity, the specific mechanism by which Springfield maintains its impossible reality, not through the absence of knowledge, through the active, organized, legally enforced suppression of it. And if the coma theory is true, if everything since season 4 is Homer's dream, then the principal and the pauper becomes something even stranger and more affecting. If Homer is unconscious, his dreaming mind invented a scenario where an entire town votes unanimously to sustain a lie and exile the truth, because that is what Homer needs to believe. He needs the lie to be sustainable. He needs to believe that a stolen identity can become real through collective agreement. He needs to believe that the fake version of a life can replace the real one so thoroughly that nobody ever successfully challenges it. Because that is what Homer's coma is. A fake life replacing a real one. A dream masquerading as waking experience. And as long as nobody questions it, as long as the dream town of Springfield keeps voting to maintain the fiction, Homer never has to wake up. The Principal and the Pauper is not the worst episode of The Simpsons. It is possibly the most important one. It is the only episode in which the show explains, out loud, using a complete narrative arc, how everything else in the show is possible. How the resets happen. How the contradictions get absorbed. How the impossible gets normalized. It is the show handing you the user manual for Springfield's reality maintenance system, and the fans burned it because they did not want to know how the trick worked. Armin Tamzarian is still Principal Skinner. Springfield is still pretending he always was. The real Seymour Skinner is still somewhere out there, expelled from his own life, the last honest man in a town that made honesty a crime. That is Springfield. That has always been Springfield. The vote just made it official. Section 8. The Simpsons Predictions. How a cartoon wrote the future. Still with me. Good. The room has gotten quieter, probably. The hour has gotten later. Let us do something a little different in this section. Let us talk about the predictions. About the thing that has made The Simpsons more famous in the last decade than it was even during its actual golden age. About the phenomenon that turns up in headlines and social media posts and conspiracy discussions with a regularity that suggests it has become its own cultural force, separate from the show that generated it. And let us take our time with it because the truth behind the predictions is in its own way more interesting and more unsettling than any of the theories about supernatural prophecy or time travel or secret knowledge. The big ones first, because you have probably already seen them. In the year 2000, a Simpsons episode called Bart to the Future depicted a future America in which Lisa Simpson had become the first female president of the United States. In the same episode, she met with her advisors to discuss the fiscal catastrophe she had inherited from her predecessor, a president identified in passing as Donald Trump. The episode aired 16 years before the 2016 election. The show placed a Trump presidency in its satirical future as a joke about the absurd direction American political culture was heading, as a punchline so obvious it did not even need a setup. And then, 16 years later, the punchline arrived. The internet's response was immediate and enormous. Screenshots of the episode went viral on a scale that reached far beyond the Simpsons fan community. People who had not watched the show in 20 years found themselves staring at the frame and asking the question that defined the next several years of discourse about this show. How did they know? The list of similar apparent hits is long enough that it has become a genre unto itself. In 1995, the show depicted a device that bears a remarkable resemblance to a modern smartwatch, worn on the wrist displaying information and functioning as a communications tool. In a 1994 episode, Homer goes to space alongside Buzz Aldrin, decades before commercial space tourism became a genuine industry, with civilian passengers being launched into orbit. In a 1998 episode, a background scene includes a mathematical equation that appears, to physicists who examined it after the fact, to predict the mass of the Higgs boson particle, the fundamental particle whose experimental confirmation did not come until 2012 when the Large Hadron Collider produced the evidence that established its existence. In a 1999 episode, Homer proposes a theory about the shape of the universe that involves a torus, a donut shape, and years after that episode aired, cosmologists studying patterns in the cosmic microwave background found radiation distribution data that some researchers suggested was consistent with a toroidal universe. In a 1993 episode called Marge in Chains, a flu virus originating in Asia spreads to Springfield, causing mass panic, supply shortages, panic buying, a frantic and largely ineffective public health response, and a desperate search for a vaccine that the medical establishment cannot produce quickly enough. The episode aired 27 years before COVID-19. And during the chaos of the fictional outbreak in that episode, the townspeople accidentally release a swarm of killer bees, which felt particularly pointed when Asian giant hornets, which the media briefly and dramatically renamed murder hornets, appeared in the United States during the early months of the actual pandemic. In 1996, a Simpsons episode featured a joke in which the hip-hop group Cypress Hill accidentally books the London Symphony Orchestra for the same concert date. The joke was about scheduling confusion while under the influence of substances. That specific collaboration, Cypress Hill performing with the London Symphony Orchestra, actually happened in 2024 when Cypress Hill took the stage at the Royal Albert Hall with the LSO. 28 years between the joke and the event it described. In 1998, the show depicted the media corporation at 20th Century Fox being acquired by a much larger entertainment company in a consolidation deal. That acquisition happened in 2019 when Disney purchased Fox in a deal that reshaped the entertainment industry landscape. In multiple episodes across the show's run, it depicted video calling technology, automated text correction that changes your intended words to something unintended, and ubiquitous surveillance systems, all years before those technologies became standard features of daily life. The list genuinely could fill another video, and the cultural response to each entry on the list has been consistent. Amazement, suspicion, and the recurring question of how a cartoon sitcom from the 1980s could have been right about so many things for so long. The people who actually made the show have answered that question directly. Al Jean, who has been an executive producer on The Simpsons since its early years, has addressed it in terms that are as simple as they are blunt. If you throw enough darts, you are going to hit some bullseyes. That is his answer. Not prophecy, not secret knowledge, not time travel. Volume. The Simpsons has produced nearly 800 episodes over 36 years. Each episode contains dozens of jokes, cultural references, satirical observations, technological speculations, political exaggerations. When you generate that amount of content about the trajectory of American society over that length of time, some of it is going to line up with future events through statistics alone. Producer Bill Oakley, who ran the show during several of its most creatively fertile seasons, was even more specific. He said directly that most of what people call predictions are just coincidences made possible by the show's enormous output, and the fact that its episodes are old enough that history has had time to cycle back around. History repeats. The show depicted something. History produced something similar. The resemblance reads as prophecy because we remember the hit and forget the miss. Fact-checking organizations have systematically examined the most widely circulated prediction claims and found that a large proportion of them have simpler explanations than prophecy. Many of the supposed predictions were not predictions at all, but observations about trends that were already visible and accelerating when the episodes were written. The Trump episode is the clearest example. The writers did not mysteriously foresee a Trump presidency as a random bolt from the cultural sky. They observed that Donald Trump had been publicly and repeatedly discussing the possibility of running for political office since the late 1980s, that he was a fixture of the celebrity politics space that American culture had been developing for decades, and that the logical endpoint of a cultural tendency to conflate fame with qualification for public office was exactly the kind of absurdist scenario the show depicted. They did not predict it. They read the room, extrapolated the trajectory, and wrote a joke about where the room was heading. The room eventually got there. The Disney-Fox merger episode worked the same way. The writers observed that media consolidation was an accelerating structural trend in the entertainment industry, that the major studios were getting bigger and fewer, that the logic of vertical integration pointed toward ever larger conglomerations of content and distribution. They wrote a joke about the inevitable extreme of that trend. The trend arrived at its extreme. The joke looked like prophecy because trends tend to go where their logic takes them. The Simpsons writing staff has historically included some of the most broadly educated writers in the history of American television. Multiple writers hold degrees from Harvard, Yale, and other research institutions. Many have backgrounds in hard sciences, mathematics, computer science, political theory, and economics. These are not people guessing randomly. They are highly trained, widely read observers of American culture and history and technology, and they spend their careers studying the forces that shape society and extrapolating them to their logical and absurd conclusions. They are not predicting the future. They are reading the present more carefully than most people do, and then asking, if this continues in the direction it is already moving, where does it end up? But here is where the debunking gets interesting and where the territory becomes genuinely strange. Because while the statistical and methodological explanation accounts for most of the predictions, there is a subset of them that the statistical explanation struggles with. Not because they are impossible under the laws of probability, but because of their specificity, their detail. The degree to which they do not just point in the general direction of a future event, but describe specific features of it. The Trump prediction did not just gesture toward the concept of a celebrity politician. It named Trump specifically. It showed him descending an escalator in a visual sequence that mirrors, with uncomfortable precision, the staging of his actual presidential announcement in 2015. The show did not just say, someday a celebrity will become president. It said Trump on an escalator at this kind of event, surrounded by this kind of spectacle. The Siegfried and Roy episode did not just joke about exotic animals and danger. It depicted a white tiger attacking one of the performers in a context that aligns closely with the actual incident in 2003 when Roy Horn was critically and permanently injured by one of the act's white tigers during a performance. These are not vague trend extrapolations dressed up as predictions after the fact. These are specific details that align with specific events in ways that exceed what vagueness plus confirmation bias can fully explain. And this is where the most interesting theory enters. Not time travel, not supernatural prophecy, not a writer's room with the impossible knowledge. The Simpsons does not predict the future. In certain specific and documentable ways, The Simpsons shapes it. This is not a mystical claim, it is a cultural one. And it is supported by how cultural influence actually operates at scale. The Simpsons has been one of the most widely watched, most quoted, most referenced, and most thoroughly embedded pieces of American media in the history of the medium. It has been continuously running for longer than most of its current audience has been alive. Its jokes have become part of the American vocabulary. Its observations have become part of how Americans understand their own culture and their own history. When The Simpsons makes a joke, that joke enters the cultural bloodstream. Millions of people see it. Millions of people remember it. It becomes a reference point. It becomes something that surfaces in conversations and influences how people frame the things they see in the world. When The Simpsons depicted a Trump presidency as a joke about the absurd extreme of celebrity politics, that joke did not sit in a vault somewhere. It circulated. It was quoted and referenced and discussed. It became part of the cultural context in which the actual political developments of the following decade unfolded. And it did something specific to that context. It made the idea feel familiar. It took something that might have felt impossible and made it feel like something that had already been imagined, already been processed, already been given a narrative frame. It made the Trump presidency feel, when it arrived, less like a shocking rupture and more like an inevitable punchline. We had already been here. The Simpsons already did this. The show did not predict the Disney-Fox merger. The show made media consolidation feel like an obvious, inevitable outcome by depicting it as satire so gentle it barely qualified as an exaggeration. When the merger was announced, the cultural response was not disbelief. It was recognition. Of course this happened. We already knew it would. The Simpsons told us so. And that sense of prior knowing, that feeling of recognition rather than shock, is itself a cultural product. The show produced it. The show had been producing it for years before the event arrived. Springfield does not reflect America. America, in certain specific and verifiable ways, has become Springfield. The show held up a mirror for 36 years, and we stared into it so long and so regularly that we began, without noticing, to resemble what we saw. There is one more piece that makes this genuinely unsettling to sit with. For every prediction that came true, The Simpsons made 100 that did not. Jokes about jetpacks, jokes about moon colonies, jokes about political outcomes that went the other way, jokes about cultural shifts that never happened, jokes about technologies that were predicted and failed, about trends that were extrapolated and reversed. These outnumber the hits by an enormous margin. But nobody shares them. Nobody builds viral posts about the Simpsons episode where they predicted something that clearly did not happen. Nobody starts a thread about the joke that missed. Confirmation bias has a direction. It works in only one way. We remember what we were right about, and we quietly forget what we were wrong about. And we do this individually, and we do it collectively. And the aggregate effect is a highlight reel that looks like prophecy, because everything that failed to materialize has been systematically removed from it. When you produce 800 episodes containing thousands of satirical observations about the direction of American culture, And then you filter those thousands of observations through the most powerful confirmation bias engine ever created, which is the collective memory of an internet-connected population actively looking for patterns. You end up with something that looks like a prophet's record, but is actually a very large data set with the misses quietly removed. The Simpsons did not predict the future. The Simpsons wrote enough possible futures that some of them were bound to arrive. And the ones that arrived are the only ones anyone talks about anymore. But even knowing that, even being fully clear about how the mechanism works, the next time a headline appears that matches something from a 1997 episode, the feeling does not go away. The feeling of recognition. The feeling that something already knew. The feeling that Springfield, that impossible town on no map, that contaminated city in the dream of an unconscious man, has always been slightly ahead of wherever we think we are. Maybe because it always has been. Maybe because the people who built it were paying closer attention than most people do. Or maybe because we built Springfield as much as they did, and the futures it predicted were always the futures we were already making. Section 9. Where is Springfield, the town that refuses to be found? Deep into the night now, the kind of hour where the world outside has quieted down to almost nothing, where the sounds that do reach you seem to come from a long way away. Let us ask a question that sounds simple and is not. Where is Springfield? Not which state exactly, though that question is part of it. The deeper question. The question that the show has been actively and deliberately not answering for 36 years. Why is Springfield unfindable? What purpose does its geographic impossibility serve? And what does it tell us once we have assembled everything we have examined tonight about the nature of the place itself? Springfield is the most famous fictional town in American history. More people can identify Springfield as the home of the Simpsons than can name the capital city of a majority of the actual states in the actual country. It has a nuclear power plant, and a tire fire, and a gorge, and a harbor, and a monorail, and a prison, and an elementary school, and 2 hospitals, and a quick E-Mart. It has mountains you can see from the town center, and an ocean you can reach by a short drive. It has a desert nearby, and a forest nearby, and farmland nearby. Its weather ranges from blizzards severe enough to trap the town under snow, to tropical heat waves that drive characters indoors with summer-specific suffering, sometimes within the same season. Springfield borders Ohio and Nevada and Maine and Kentucky and apparently several other states depending on which episode you are watching. It is coastal and landlocked. It is in the heartland and on the East Coast and somewhere near Canada and somewhere near Mexico. It is everywhere. It is also nowhere. The show has been deliberately, systematically, and creatively contradicting itself about Springfield's location for the entirety of its run. Every time a clue appears that seems to narrow the geographic possibilities, a subsequent episode introduces information that makes the narrowing impossible. Lisa's phone appears to have a Missouri area code. The state abbreviation has been shown as NT, which does not correspond to any actual U.S. state. When Homer calls the state capital in one episode, the voice on the other end mentions that the state name begins with a vowel, which eliminates some options while leaving a confusing array of others viable. The show teases geographic specificity and then snatches it away, episode after episode, decade after decade, in a dance that has been ongoing for 36 years. In 2012, Matt Groening himself appeared to break the spell. In a widely circulated interview with Smithsonian Magazine, the show's creator acknowledged that he had named the town Springfield after Springfield, Oregon, the town near which he had grown up. He confirmed that the choice was intentional. Springfield is one of the most common city names in the United States, existing in dozens of states, which was part of the appeal. He wanted the town to feel like it could be anywhere. For approximately 48 hours, the mystery appeared to be solved. Springfield was in Oregon. Case closed. The interviews ran. The fans debated. The conversation seemed to be settling toward a resolution. And then the show continued, contradicting it. Episodes aired after Groening's admission that place Springfield in geographic context entirely inconsistent with Oregon. The writers did not alter their approach based on the creator's stated answer. The deliberate geographic ambiguity continued as if the admission had never happened. Because for the people actually writing the show, Groening's answer was never the point. The mystery was not there to be solved. The mystery was the point. And the mystery required that no answer, not even one from the show's creator, be allowed to become the definitive one. The surface-level explanation for all of this is well documented and has been confirmed by everyone involved in making the show. Springfield's geographic impossibility is intentional. It is a design feature. A town that could be anywhere in America is a town that belongs to every American viewer, regardless of their actual zip code. A Springfield set firmly in Oregon would resonate most strongly with viewers from the Pacific Northwest. A Springfield set in Ohio would feel most familiar to Midwesterners. A Springfield that is simultaneously all of those things is a Springfield that never requires any viewer to feel like an outsider in it. This is true. This is the clear, confirmed creative rationale. It has been stated plainly by the show's creators multiple times. But there is another dimension, one that opens when you have spent the kind of time with these theories that we have been spending tonight. If Springfield is a contamination zone, as the radiation theory suggests, then why should its geography be exempt from the same warping influence that has affected its biology? The people of Springfield have 4 fingers and yellow skin, and do not age and survive things that would kill normal humans. The fish have 3 eyes. The billionaire glows in the dark. If the environmental contamination has fundamentally altered the biological laws governing life in this town, why should the spatial and geographic laws remain unaffected? Maybe Springfield has both mountains and ocean because the radiation does not just affect biology. Maybe the contamination has warped the physical space around the town itself, compressing geographic features that should be hundreds of miles apart into a single impossible locality. Maybe the 3-eyed fish are not the strangest mutation the power plant has produced. Maybe the town's geography is the strangest one. If Springfield is Homer's coma dream, then the geographic impossibility is exactly what you would expect from a dreaming mind without access to a map. Homer's unconscious brain does not have a precise cartographic memory of the United States. It has impressions. It has fragments of places visited and places seen and places glimpsed on television. Assembled without regard for spatial logic because spatial logic is not how memory works. Memory works by feel, by emotional association. Homer spent a summer near mountains somewhere and a childhood near a river and a family vacation near an ocean, and his dreaming mind does not catalog these as separate places on a map. It assembles them into a single felt landscape, a geography of emotion rather than geography of coordinates. Springfield feels like every American place Homer has ever known because it is made from all of them, layered on top of each other the way memories layer, without separation, without the careful cartographic sorting that waking consciousness imposes. Dreams do not have geographic logic. They have emotional logic. And Springfield feels like America, because it is made from Homer's memories of America, scattered and incomplete and held together by longing rather than by the proper ordering of distance and direction. And if the principle and the Popper theory is correct, if Springfield operates through the systematic suppression of inconvenient truths, then the town's refusal to have a fixed location is the ultimate institutional defense. You cannot investigate a town you cannot find. You cannot bring federal charges against a nuclear power plant if the state it operates in keeps changing. You cannot hold anyone accountable for anything if the regulatory jurisdiction is perpetually undefined and impossible to pin down. Springfield floats between states because floating is safer than landing. Landing means jurisdiction. Jurisdiction means oversight. Oversight means the EPA shows up with instruments and tests the water and asks why the fish have 3 eyes and why the population's skin is a color that does not occur in nature and why there are skeletons in the basement of the nuclear facility. Springfield floats because a town with no fixed location has no fixed regulatory authority, no consistent state attorney general with the standing to prosecute, no permanent oversight body capable of building the institutional momentum required to challenge Burns's operation. The geographic uncertainty is not a comedy device. At least not only a comedy device. It is a legal shield. And it is a shield that is held continuously and completely for 36 years. There is one episode that almost resolved the question. Season 12's mockumentary episode, Behind the Laughter, presented as a documentary about the real Simpson family behind the fictional television show, named a specific location as Springfield's home state in its original broadcast. But in syndication, when the episode was rerun, the location had been changed to a different state. The same episode, the same story, a different answer depending on which version you were watching. The show gave you the truth and then changed the truth based on the platform. Even when Springfield has a definitive answer, the answer is not definitive. It mutates. It refuses to stay fixed. It changes based on context, on distribution channel, on which version of the episode you happen to encounter. That is not an accident. That is the same behavior that Springfield displays toward every other truth about itself. Fluid, conditional, dependent on who is asking and when and in what format. Every state in America has a Springfield theory. Every Springfield theory has evidence that supports it. Every piece of supporting evidence exists alongside contradicting evidence from a different episode that makes the theory impossible. The show has spent 36 years building the most elaborate and most carefully maintained geographic mystery in the history of television. And it has done so not by hiding the answer, but by multiplying the possible answers until the space of possibilities becomes so large that no single answer can survive in it. Springfield will never be located. Not because the show cannot decide, because the show decided a long time ago that Springfield is more useful as a mystery than as an answer. A town that could be anywhere is a town that belongs to everyone. And a town that belongs to everyone, a town whose geography cannot be fixed, whose jurisdiction cannot be established, whose regulatory oversight cannot be consistently applied, is a town that nobody can shut down. And in Springfield, remaining open is the one thing that matters most. Because the moment you find Springfield on a map, the moment you pin it to a specific state and subject it to that state's laws and that state's oversight and that state's mechanisms for holding a nuclear power plant and its billionaire owner accountable, Springfield has to answer for itself. And Springfield has 3 decades of things to answer for. Section 10. The Floating Timeline. Why nobody is allowed to age. We are almost there. The room is as quiet as it is going to get. Whatever hour this is for you, you have made it to the last section. And this one brings everything together. This is where all the threads we have been following tonight converge into a single point. The floating timeline. The fact that nobody in Springfield ages. The fact that Bart Simpson has been 10 years old since December of 1989 and is 10 years old right now, at this exact moment. In whatever episode is currently airing, Lisa is 8, Maggie is 1. Homer and Marge are somewhere in their mid-30s, as they have been for 36 years. The show exists in a state of permanent temporal suspension that the industry calls a floating timeline, meaning the present of the show is always the present of the viewer. The cultural references update to reflect the current year. The technology evolves, the world outside Springfield changes, but the characters inside it do not. They are fixed. They are frozen. They age 0 years for every year that passes in the real world. In the context of long-running animated television, this is understood as a practical production choice. Animation does not age the way live-action television does. Animated characters can remain the same indefinitely without the physical evidence of time that actors accumulate. The floating timeline is what makes it possible to run a show for 36 years without addressing the fact that 36 years have passed. But The Simpsons has been running long enough that the floating timeline has stopped being an invisible background condition and has started creating contradictions so large and so visible that they require explanation. The clearest example is Homer and Marge's backstory. When the show began, their history was grounded in the late 1970s and early 1980s. They met in high school. They fell in love. They had Bart. Their entire courtship and early family life was anchored to a specific cultural era. Watergate, disco, the economic anxieties of the late Carter administration, the particular aesthetics and references of that period. The show produced flashback episodes that depicted their youth with loving accuracy to that time. But if Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s in 2025, the math does not allow them to have been teenagers in 1978. If they are 36 in 2025, They were born in 1989, which means their formative years were the 2000s, and their high school experience was shaped by Facebook and the early internet, not by Watergate and disco. The show has dealt with this by simply revising their backstory every few years. In later flashback episodes, Homer and Marge's youth has been relocated to the 90s, then the 2000s. The details of their origin story, the music playing at their prom, the cultural references that define their childhood memories have been rewritten and rewritten again to maintain the illusion that they are perpetually in their mid-30s. They are not characters with fixed histories. They are characters with approximate histories, backstories that exist not as settled facts, but as drafts that get revised whenever the present catches up with the established version of the past. This means Homer and Marge do not have a real past. Their memories are unstable. Their origin story is a document that keeps getting updated. The things they remember about their own lives change based on which year the show is airing, because the floating timeline requires their memories to float with it. Now apply the theories. Every single theory we have examined tonight converges on this point from a different direction. Every one of them arrives at the same destination by a different path. The coma theory says nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen consciousness of a man who went to sleep in April of 1993. A dreaming mind cannot age its subjects because it has no mechanism for that. It only has the last image it captured. Homer's children are the ages they were when the vending machine fell. His wife is the person she was when he last saw her. The dream preserves everyone at the moment of their capture, because that is the only version of them that Homer's unconscious mind has access to. The radiation theory says nobody ages because the biological processes that govern normal human aging have been disrupted by decades of exposure to the contaminated environment that Burns's facility has created. It's a cellular process, and cellular processes that have been interfered with at the foundational level behave differently than undisturbed ones. The same contamination that gave the fish 3 eyes and turned the residents yellow and made Homer's body nearly indestructible has possibly affected the cellular mechanisms that normally advance aging. The principle in the pauper theory says nobody ages because Springfield collectively agrees not to acknowledge time passing. And when collective agreement overrides physical reality in this town, physical reality yields. The town voted to keep the lie about Skinner. The town voted to expel the truth. If Springfield can vote to deny a man's identity, it can vote to deny the passage of time. It can vote to maintain its residents at their established ages through the same social consensus machinery that maintains every other comfortable fiction the town depends on. The Burns immortality theory says that at least one person in Springfield has found a way to resist the normal trajectory of aging through technology and wealth, which means the concept of biological inevitability is already negotiable in this universe. If Burns can cheat death through a weekly treatment protocol, the show has established that the laws governing normal aging are not absolute within Springfield's reality. All of these theories are saying the same thing in different languages. Time does not work in Springfield. Something about the place, whether it is the radiation or the coma or the collective denial or the engineered biology of its oldest and most powerful resident, or some combination of all of those forces operating simultaneously, has broken the normal progression of time for everyone who lives there. They are stuck. They are frozen. They cycle through variations of the same days and the same conflicts and the same recoveries without ever advancing to wherever time is supposed to take them. The show has imagined its characters aging. It has done it directly and with real emotional investment. Season 6's Lisa's wedding flashes forward to show Lisa as a 23-year-old woman, engaged to an Englishman she met at college, navigating the complicated emotional terrain of returning to Springfield as an adult who has grown beyond it. The episode is specific and detailed and emotionally rich in a way that demonstrates what the show can do when it decides to take the future seriously. Lisa has become exactly who you would expect her to become. Brilliant, principled, lonely, searching for connection in a world that is slightly too narrow for the scale of her inner life. The episode proves that The Simpsons is capable of imagining its characters as adults. It can see their futures. It can tell stories about who they would be if time were permitted to do what time does. The flash forward in Lisa's wedding is not a guess or a vague speculation. It is a fully realized portrait of a person who has been allowed to grow. But then it closes. Lisa returns to being a Bart returns to being 10. The glimpse of the future is sealed off like a room that was opened briefly and is now locked again. The show can imagine growth. It refuses to allow it to persist. Why? Because growth means ending. And this show, these characters, this particular American family in this particular American town are not allowed to end. Not in the show. Not in the cultural imagination that the show has inhabited for 3.5 decades. Homer must always be mid-30s. Marge must always be patient. Bart must always be the mischievous boy who pushes every limit without ever quite going too far. Lisa must always be the one who knows better and cannot stop saying so. Maggie must always be silent, watching, waiting. The structure of the family must hold. The dynamic must persist. The house on Evergreen Terrace must always be available. On Sunday nights, the same house with the same people in it, the same argument and the same reconciliation, and the same couch and the same television. Because the moment the Simpson family ages, the moment Bart goes to college, and Lisa moves away, and Maggie finally speaks and Homer retires, and Marge stands in an empty house on a quiet afternoon, wondering what comes next, the show stops being a comedy. It becomes an elegy, the long, slow, painful story of a family that ran out of time in the middle of their story. The story that every real family knows is coming and cannot stop. America does not want that story. We want the other one. The version where the kids are always young and the parents are always together, and the house always looks the same and nobody ever has to say goodbye. The floating timeline is not a production convenience. It is the show's thesis. It is the argument the show has been making since December of 1989, through every episode and every reset and every impossible recovery and every forgotten catastrophe. The Simpsons are frozen in time because we need them to be. They represent something we cannot let go of: the messy, chaotic, dysfunctional, endlessly loving, and endlessly infuriating American family. The family that survives everything, that recovers from everything, that sits back down on the couch after every disaster and faces the television together and begins again. The family that is always, somehow, still there. They do not age because aging means ending. And we built a system across 36 years of viewership and cultural production and collective imagination, specifically to prevent that ending. We press play every week, and in pressing play, we press pause on time. We hold the Simpson family in place. We hold the house in place. We hold Springfield in place. The loop is not their prison. It is ours. We built it. We maintain it. We tighten it every time we quote a line from an episode that aired before many of us were old enough to watch it. Every reference, every callback, every shared cultural moment that invokes this show is another fastening on the loop, another commitment to keeping the family where they are. And if we ever stopped, if we collectively decided to let the timeline go, to let Bart turn 11 and Lisa turn 9 and Maggie finally say her second word in full public hearing, the show would end. And the show ending would mean acknowledging something we have been avoiding for 36 years. That the version of America The Simpsons represents, the version where a blue-collar worker can support a family of 5 on a single income and still have time for adventures, where a middle-class family's biggest problems are the funny kind, where the town is chaotic and the neighbors are strange but the family is always intact, that version was never permanent. It was always a moment, a specific slice of time, a window that was already closing when the show began to describe it. The Simpsons began in 1989. That family, that economic arrangement, that particular configuration of American middle-class life was already under pressure when the show first aired. And the show has spent 36 years refusing to let it end, holding the image of it perfectly still while everything around it changed, because the image was too important to let go of, even as the reality it depicted became increasingly historical. Springfield does not exist on any map. Homer's children do not age. Nobody remembers the catastrophes. The power plant keeps leaking and Burns keeps surviving and Ned keeps forgiving. And Homer keeps stumbling through the door at 5:30 after another impossible day, and the family is always there on the couch, intact, waiting. Because that is what we asked for. That is what we built. And every theory in this video, every mystery and every buried storyline and every impossible detail that cannot be explained by cartoon logic or lazy writing comes back to this. Every thread leads here. The radiation that mutated the town, the coma that froze the dreamer's world, the denial that the town votes into law, the immortality that money engineers, the silence that intelligence maintains as armor, the prophecies that culture fulfills, the geography that refuses to be pinned. All of it, every single piece of it, is the show telling you that something is holding Springfield in place. Something structural. Something that goes deeper than production choice or animation convenience. Springfield is frozen because something is holding it there, and we are what is holding it. We pressed pause in 1989, and we never pressed play. We sat down on whatever couch we had, in whatever room we were in whatever version of the American middle-class life this show was describing. And we chose to stay there. We let the episodes accumulate. We let the years pile up outside the window, while inside the window, nothing changed. We accepted the yellow skin and the four fingers and the ageless children and the indestructible father, and the town that would not be found and the family that would not let go, and neither did we. Because if they go, we have to admit how long it has been. If Bart turns 11, we were children when he was 10. If Homer retires, we have been watching him fail at his job our entire working lives. If the house on Evergreen Terrace stands empty, somewhere we are standing in an empty room too, wondering where the time went and how it went so fast and whether what we were watching all those years was the show or ourselves. Closing. We have been in Springfield for 3 hours tonight. We have traced the radiation from the cracked cooling towers through the water supply and into the biological architecture of every resident who ever drank from a Springfield tap. We have followed Homer's coma from the vending machine that fell in April of 1993 through 32 more years of dream episodes that may or may not have a man lying in a hospital bed at their center. We have reopened the case files on the shooting of Mr. Burns and found that the official answer has more holes in it than the victim did. We have examined the medical maintenance of a man who should not still be alive and found a system built over a century with the sole purpose of keeping him running. We have watched a baby maintain 36 years of strategic silence and found a mind behind it that the word extraordinary does not quite cover. We have traced Mona Simpson's path from a 1969 weapons laboratory through a lifetime of exile through a son who inherited the damage without being allowed to understand why. We have watched a town vote unanimously to make truth a crime. We have counted the predictions that came true and found the mechanism behind them and found something stranger and more culturally significant than prophecy. We have searched for Springfield on every available map and found it everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. And we have stared at the floating timeline until it stared back and recognized, in its refusal to let anyone age, something about our own relationship with this show and this family and this impossible town. Every theory in this video is different. Every one of them assembles different evidence into a different argument and arrives at a different specific conclusion. The radiation theory and the coma theory and the denial theory and the immortality theory and the predictions theory and the geographic mystery theory are not all saying the same thing, but they are all pointing at the same place. Something is wrong in Springfield. Something fundamental and structural and deep. Something that runs through every episode and every character and every reset and every impossible survival. Something that the show has been showing us, patiently and continuously and without drawing attention to itself, since the very first frame. Not through dramatic reveals, not through special episodes designed to break open the mythology, through accumulation, through the slow, patient layering of detail upon detail until the picture that emerges is undeniable once you start looking at it directly. The show has never been hiding its mysteries. It has been showing them to us every week, placing them in the background and the foreground and the margins and the center, putting them in throwaway lines and season finales and clip shows and theatrical short films, and the final frames of episodes about babies left alone in hospital rooms. The mystery is not the show's secret. The mystery is the show. It is what the show is made of, underneath the jokes and the cultural satire and the couch gags and the celebrity appearances and the 36 years of accumulated television history. It is the structure holding all of that up, and the reason it has held together for so long. The reason this family and this town have endured while every other animated show and most other television shows have ended or faded into irrelevance is that the mystery at the center of it is not really a mystery about radiation or comas or shootings or immortality or predictions or geography or time. It is a mystery about why we cannot let go, why we keep coming back, why we know the lines and the characters and the town better than we know some things about our own lives. Why a family drawn in yellow on a screen in 1989 has become part of the furniture of the American imagination in a way that nothing else ever quite has. Maybe because they are us. Not metaphorically, not as a rhetorical device in a long video essay about conspiracy theories. Actually, The Simpsons is the American family, frozen at the moment when it was most recognizable as itself, when the version of middle-class life it depicted was still close enough to lived experience to feel true, and preserved in that form against the passage of time by the collective will of everyone who has ever loved it. Homer is someone's father. Marge is someone's mother. Bart is who someone wanted to be when they were young and angry and full of things they could not yet name. Lisa is who someone tried to be, who someone still is, who someone gave up trying to be in a world that punished the effort. Maggie is the part of everyone that watches and says nothing and knows more than it lets on. Springfield is your hometown, not because it resembles the town you grew up in, though it might, but because you have been visiting it regularly since before you were old enough to understand what you were watching. And in that accumulated time, it has become as familiar as any place you have actually been. And the loop, the eternal present, the floating timeline, the fact that none of it changes and none of it ends, and the same family is always on the same couch, ready to begin again. That is not a trap. Not for them and not for us. It is a gift. It is the gift of a story that does not require you to age with it. A place you can return to that is always the same. A family that is always intact, always together, always surviving, always home. Whatever is wrong in Springfield, and we have spent 3 hours tonight cataloging the many things that are wrong, they are always going to be okay by the end of the episode. Homer is always going to stumble through the door. Marge is always going to be patient. Bart is always going to push the limits and stop just short of crossing them. Lisa is always going to play her saxophone in her room, alone, the music drifting through the house to wherever you are listening. Maggie is always going to watch everything and say nothing and know more than she shows. The power plant is always going to be there on the horizon. Burns is always going to be in his tower. The fish in the river are going to keep their 3 eyes. The cooling towers are going to keep their cracks. Springfield is going to keep being Springfield, unreachable and unmappable and impossible and real. And we are going to keep coming back, because we built this place as much as it was built for us. And places like this do not end as long as the people who love them keep arriving. Thank you for spending 3 hours in Springfield tonight. Whatever time it is, wherever you are, whatever brought you here to listen in the dark. You belong here. The town is always open. The family is always home. The loop keeps running, and as long as you keep watching, it always will. End of script. Total approximate word count, 42,000 plus words. Section 1. Expansion. Additional content. The nuclear mutation theory. Let us sit with the power plant a little longer because we have not yet looked at all of it. There is a version of the Springfield nuclear power plant tour that appears across multiple episodes in fragments, a patchwork sense of the interior that the show has built up over 3 decades. The control room where Homer works is the most visible piece, with its semicircle of incomprehensible instruments, its warning lights that blink without triggering response, its chairs that are clearly designed for sleeping in, its stacks of half-eaten food that speak to the priorities of the man primarily responsible for monitoring them. But the plant extends beyond the control room in ways the show has depicted and then almost immediately forgotten. There is a reactor core, an actual operating fission reactor generating electricity for the town. Homer has been in direct proximity to it on multiple occasions. He has handled material from it. He has accidentally introduced foreign objects into it, including that famous donut. The show depicts the reactor with the casual familiarity of something that is simply always there, part of the background of Springfield life. the way a water tower or a church steeple is part of the background of any town's life. But what the show is depicting is one of the most dangerous pieces of industrial equipment that human civilization has ever designed. An operating nuclear reactor core exposed to Homer Simpson, under Homer Simpson's nominal supervision. The luminous rats deserve more attention than they usually receive. A rat that glows with its own light is a rat that has accumulated enough radioactive material in its body tissue to emit visible radiation. This is not a minor contamination issue. This is severe, ongoing, internal radioactive exposure producing measurable biological effects in the facility's animal inhabitants. The rats are living inside the plant, presumably accessing the areas where the most significant contamination is present, and their bodies are responding to that contamination by producing visible light. These animals are not visiting the facility. They are residents of it. They breed there. They have been breeding there long enough for the contamination to have become part of their normal biological reality. Now, consider what those rats eat. They eat whatever is available in a nuclear power plant, which presumably includes material that has been exposed to or contaminated by the facility's processes. And then consider where those rats go when they leave the plant. Rats do not stay in one place. They travel through walls, through pipes, through the infrastructure of a town's buildings. They carry what they have absorbed into the homes and businesses and schools and restaurants of Springfield. Every building connected to the facility's structure by pipe or conduit or simple proximity is a building that the luminous rats of the Springfield nuclear power plant visit. 342 violations. We keep returning to this number because it is the foundation of the whole structure. Let us actually try to imagine what 342 violations looks like in a real facility. A nuclear power plant is a highly complex system with thousands of individual components, each of which has specific maintenance requirements and safety protocols. 342 violations means that 342 separate components, or processes, or protocols, were identified as failing to meet the safety standard required to operate legally. Not slightly below standard, not marginally off. Below the legal minimum. The legal minimum for nuclear safety is itself extremely demanding because the consequences of failure in nuclear infrastructure are so severe and so long-lasting that the regulatory framework treats even small deviations seriously. 342 violations at a nuclear power plant is not a facility that is somewhat behind on its maintenance. It is a facility that is operating in a state of comprehensive, systemic, fundamental unsafety. It is a facility where the infrastructure designed to prevent catastrophic failure is itself failing, comprehensively and continuously, and has been for long enough that the failure has become the baseline condition. And Burns estimated that correcting all of these violations would cost $56 million. That number tells you something about the scale of the degradation. $56 million in deferred maintenance is not a weekend project. It is a comprehensive reconstruction of the facility's safety infrastructure. It means that the systems designed to prevent contamination, prevent accidents, prevent exposure, prevent exactly the kind of chronic, low-level radioactive leakage that the radiation theory attributes Springfield's mutations to, have been so thoroughly neglected that restoring them requires a budget larger than most small municipalities operate on in an entire year. Burns refused to spend it. And what is the consequence of that refusal? The violations continue. The contamination continues. The radiation continues leaking into the water table and the air and the soil. And the population of Springfield continues absorbing it, without knowing, without asking, without being told. The yellow skin is the element of the Springfield aesthetic that most people have most thoroughly normalized. We do not even see it as strange anymore after a few episodes. It is just how The Simpsons looks. Yellow people with big eyes and 4 fingers. That is the visual language of the show. That is the style choice. That is the art. But yellow skin, clinically, is a symptom. Jaundice is the most familiar form of it, a yellowing of the skin and eyes produced by elevated levels of bilirubin in the blood, typically indicating that the liver is not processing waste products properly. There are other causes of skin discoloration in the yellow range, some more serious than others, some associated with systemic illness, some with environmental exposure. The show never addresses this. It never frames the yellow skin as a symptom. It is just the color. It is the palette choice of the animation. But in the context of the radiation theory, in the context of a town whose water supply has been contaminated by a leaking nuclear facility for decades, the uniformity of the discoloration across every resident, every animal, every creature that lives in Springfield full-time takes on a different quality. It is not just a style choice. It is the show painting its entire cast in the color of contamination and then asking you to accept it as normal. Which, of course, you did. We all did. There is one more element of the plant's effect on Springfield that deserves extended attention, and it is the element that connects most directly to Burns's management strategy: the cognitive dimension. We established that the radiation theory explains Homer's compromised cognitive function through a combination of direct radiation exposure at his workplace and the environmental contamination of the town's water and air. But Homer is not the only Springfield resident whose cognitive function appears to operate below expected parameters. The town is full of them. Chief Wiggum is the head of Springfield's law enforcement. His record of successfully solving crimes, apprehending criminals, and protecting the public is essentially non-existent. He has failed to investigate obvious cases, accepted transparently false alibis, arrested the wrong people based on evidence he clearly did not understand, and in the Who Shot Mr. Burns case, conducted one of the least effective criminal investigations in fictional history. He is not incompetent in an individually anomalous way. He is incompetent in the specific, consistent Springfield way, the way that suggests his cognitive limitations are environmental rather than individual. Mayor Quimby, the eternally corrupt and perpetually ineffective municipal executive, operates with a level of strategic thinking that barely clears the bar of basic self-interest. He accepts bribes openly, makes public statements that contradict themselves within the same sentence, and administers a city government so ineffective that it routinely fails to provide even the most basic municipal services. But he keeps getting elected by a population that apparently cannot connect the experience of bad governance to the existence of a bad governor. The people of Springfield form mobs over trivial misunderstandings. They burn things down impulsively. They panic at minor provocations and remain calm in the face of genuine catastrophes. Their emotional regulation is poor, their long-term thinking is minimal, their capacity for connecting cause to effect across any significant time span is essentially absent. These are, collectively, symptoms. Not of stupidity exactly, but of something that looks from the outside like the kind of diffuse, hard-to-specify cognitive impairment that chronic low-level radiation exposure has been associated with in affected populations around the world. Burns does not need Springfield's residents to be completely incapacitated. He needs them to be just impaired enough to be manageable, just confused enough to not connect the dots, just cognitively limited enough to look at a three-eyed fish and say, well, that is interesting, and then never follow up. That is the specific degree of impairment that keeps his operation running. Not so severe that the population stops functioning, just severe enough that it stops questioning. And Homer, at the center of this system, working in the facility that produces the contamination, absorbing the highest concentration of exposure of any Springfield resident, is the most extreme local example of what 3 decades of that contamination can do to a person's brain. The crayon is the metaphor the show uses to make this legible. A foreign object lodged in the neural tissue of a child, undetected by every medical professional he ever encountered, physically preventing his brain from operating at the level it could otherwise reach. But the crayon is a metaphor for something that has no simple physical form, for the accumulated weight of radioactive exposure on neurological function. For the way that contamination works invisibly over time without dramatic symptoms, without visible wounds, producing damage that the person experiencing it cannot perceive because the damage affects the very faculties that would allow them to perceive it. Homer cannot understand what has been done to him because what has been done to him includes the removal of the capacity for that understanding. The contamination ate the comprehension, and then it ate the memory of having had the comprehension to lose. And then it ate the grief for the memory that was gone. That is the Springfield nuclear power plant. Not a background element in a cartoon. the architecture of an entire town's cognitive limitation, the machine that keeps the population exactly manageable enough for Burns to maintain his monopoly on everything, the source of every yellow face and every impossible recovery, and every forgotten catastrophe and every moment where someone looks at something deeply wrong and says, huh, and then gets a donut. It is the show, all of it, from the very first frame. Section 2. Expansion. Additional content. Homer's coma. There is a structural argument for the coma theory that does not require you to count episodes or track tonal shifts or analyze the theological implications of Homer's conversation with God. It is an argument that comes from the experience of watching the show across its full run, the cumulative felt experience of the difference between the early seasons and the later ones. In the early seasons, Homer's failures have weight. When he forgets a birthday, when he misses something important, when his limitations cause real damage to his family, the show allows that damage to land. The emotional consequences are present. They are depicted. The family feels them. Homer feels them, in whatever limited and imprecise way Homer feels things. The harm is not immediately erased. It sits there for a scene or two or three, accumulating the kind of reality that makes the eventual resolution feel earned. In the later seasons, Homer can do almost anything, and the family absorbs it. Homer can drive the family to financial ruin in the first act and be forgiven by the end of the episode. Homer can destroy something precious and irreplaceable and face no lasting consequence. Not because the show stopped caring about consequences in a general sense, but because something in the show's emotional architecture changed. The stakes got softer. The damage became theoretical. The reset became not just available, but almost automatic. The coma theory explains this as a function of the dreaming brain's relationship to consequence. In a dream, consequences are not permanent because the dreamer knows, somewhere below the level of conscious experience, that they are not real. The damage that Homer does in a dream does not accumulate the way damage accumulates in waking life, because the dream is already building around the dreamer's essential wish, which is for everything to be okay. The show does not allow Homer's failures to permanently damage his family, because Homer's unconscious mind will not permit that. It will not dream its own family destroyed. It will not allow the essential wish of its simulation to be undermined. This is why the emotional weight of the early seasons and the comparative lightness of the later ones feel so different. In the early seasons, Homer was awake. The consequences were real because reality permits consequences to be real. In the later seasons, Homer is dreaming. And in the dream, the consequences are real enough to feel like consequences without ever being real enough to actually destroy anything. The celebrity appearances also deserve more examination than they initially seem to require. The Simpsons has been visited by an extraordinary number of famous people across its run. Musicians, athletes, politicians, actors, directors, scientists, cultural figures of every description. The density of celebrity appearances in the later seasons, after the supposed coma, far exceeds what you would expect from the early seasons, when the show was more concerned with the internal life of its central family than with the external validation of famous visitors. Under the coma theory, each celebrity who appears in Springfield is a signal that Homer's unconscious mind received from outside the hospital room and incorporated into its running simulation. The television in his room plays. The radio plays. Visitors come and go at his bedside and speak about the world outside. And Homer's dreaming brain, receiving those signals through the fog of unconsciousness, takes the names and voices it absorbs and makes characters of them in the Springfield of his mind. The more damaged the brain becomes, the more it needs external input to sustain its simulation. The early dream Homer could populate Springfield from his own memories. Later dream Homer, his neural resources depleted by years of coma state deterioration, increasingly needs the ambient noise of the hospital room to provide raw material for his world. Which is why the celebrity appearances escalate as the seasons progress. The dream's own generative capacity is declining. It is supplementing its internal resources with whatever it can receive from outside. There is also the matter of the show's relationship to its own emotionality across this same period. The early Simpsons could produce moments of genuine, unguarded feeling. Homer sitting on the roof looking at the stars. Marge writing a letter she will never send. Lisa playing her saxophone alone in her room in a minor key. These moments existed inside a show that was mostly very funny, which is exactly the contrast that made them land so hard when they arrived. The comedy was the context that made the feeling real. The later Simpsons still produces these moments. They are rarer, and they are different in a specific way that is hard to articulate but recognizable when you experience it. They feel more dreamlike, more achieved than earned, more like a dreaming brain manufacturing the sensation of feeling, than like a show depicting genuine emotion. Not because the feeling is absent, but because it exists slightly outside the normal emotional architecture that makes feeling feel true, which is, again, exactly what the coma theory would predict. A dreaming brain can produce the sensation of emotion. It can generate the shape of sadness or love or longing with remarkable accuracy. But it cannot generate the context that makes emotion feel grounded. The daily accumulation of cause and effect, and time and consequence, that makes the moments when those emotions arrive feel inevitable rather than manufactured. The dream gives you the moments. It cannot give you the years of lived experience that make the moments feel earned. And yet, the moments still work. The feeling still arrives, even in the later seasons, even in the increasingly surreal and consequence-free landscape of Homer's dream. Because what Homer is dreaming is love. Not adventure, not comedy, not satire or social commentary or cultural criticism, those are all incidental to the central dream. What Homer is dreaming, the thing his unconscious mind is assembling and sustaining and elaborating on across 30-plus years of hospital bed unconsciousness, is his family. His love for his family. His need for his family to be intact and present and together and real. And that love, even in the dreamest dream, even in the most surreal and untethered and impossible episode the show has ever produced, comes through. It is the signal that survives every distortion, the thing that remains when everything else has been scrambled by the deteriorating biology of a man who has been asleep since 1993. The coma theory ultimately rests not on the plot points or the structural evidence, though the evidence is real and extensive. It rests on the emotional logic of the show, on the question of what this show is fundamentally about. And the answer, which the coma theory makes clearest and most heartbreaking, is that The Simpsons is about a man who loves his family so much that he would rather dream them for the rest of his life than wake up to a world where they might not be the way he remembers them. That is the coma theory, not a conspiracy, not a puzzle to be solved. A love story told in the wrong direction, from the inside of a dream, by a brain that cannot stop because stopping would mean the end of the only thing that ever mattered. Section 3 Expansion. Additional content. Who shot Mr. Burns? Let us spend more time with the evidence trail because the closer you look at it, the more specific and troubling the inconsistencies become. The DNA evidence that pointed toward Homer deserves its own careful examination. An eyelash was found on Burns's suit. It was tested. It belonged to a Simpson. This is the physical evidence that drove the initial suspicion toward Homer, and it is the evidence that the show treats as its most objective and most reliable piece of the investigation. The piece that cannot be argued with because it is biological fact rather than witness account or motive assessment. But an eyelash on Burns's suit, belonging to a Simpson, is not specific evidence against any particular Simpson. There are 4 Simpsons who could have shed that eyelash. Homer is one of them, Marge is another, Bart is a third, Maggie is the 4th, and Maggie, of course, is eventually identified as the shooter. But here's what the show never fully addresses. The eyelash could have been deposited on Burns's suit at any point during an interaction between Burns and a member of the Simpson family. Springfield, as a town, places Burns and the Simpsons in proximity regularly. Homer works for him. Marge has interacted with him. The eyelash does not establish that a Simpson was present at the shooting. It establishes that a Simpson was in physical proximity to Burns at some point, which is a much lower evidentiary bar than the investigation treated it as. The fingerprints on the gun are more significant, and the show acknowledges this by treating them as stronger evidence against Homer specifically. Homer's fingerprints on the weapon. His fingerprints, not Marge's, not Bart's. Homer picked up that gun at some point. He held it. His fingers left their marks on it. This is either evidence that Homer shot Burns or evidence that Homer handled the gun at some point before the shooting without being the person who fired it. Both possibilities are consistent with the physical evidence, and the show chose the explanation that was least capable of being prosecuted. A baby found the gun after Homer had already handled it, picked it up, and accidentally discharged it. Burns's fingerprints would also be on the gun, since it was his gun. Maggie's fingerprints would be on it if she held it. But one-year-old infants do not leave clear fingerprints in the way that adults do. The surfaces of infant fingerprints are too delicate and too undeveloped to leave the kind of ridge impressions that criminal fingerprint analysis requires. If investigators found only adult fingerprints on the weapon, the absence of clear infant prints would not exclude an infant from having handled it, but it would make it very difficult to affirmatively link the infant to the weapon beyond Burns's testimony. Burns's testimony. The man was shot. He fell. He struck his head. He was unconscious for an extended period. His brain, already operating under the extraordinary biological management regime his weekly treatments require, was subjected to significant additional trauma from the projectile wound and the impact with the sundial. He woke in a hospital room, potentially days after the shooting, with impaired faculties, partial memory, and the specific kind of post-trauma confusion that even healthy people experience after significant physical events. His identification of Maggie as his attacker, offered under those conditions, is testimony of a kind that in any serious criminal proceeding would be subjected to intense scrutiny. The reliability of eyewitness identification is already one of the most contested areas of criminal evidence even under optimal conditions. The reliability of identification made by a person recovering from a gunshot wound after an extended period of unconsciousness, by a man whose biological processes are so far outside the normal range that his body requires weekly radiation treatments to sustain basic function, is something that a competent defense attorney would demolish in 5 minutes. The show does not have a competent defense attorney. It has Chief Wiggum, and Chief Wiggum accepts Burns's identification without question, closes the investigation, and moves on. The Marge theory has one additional dimension that the most careful readings of it have developed, and it deserves attention here. If Marge shot Burns, and if Burns protected her by deflecting the investigation, then the final shot of Maggie reenacting the trigger motion in the empty room takes on a third possible meaning beyond the two we examined earlier. Maggie watched her mother shoot Mr. Burns. She was present in the parking lot. She was a witness. And the gesture she makes in the empty room, the careful check to confirm she is alone before making it, the precision and the privacy of the reenactment, could be the behavior of a 1-year-old child processing something she witnessed rather than something she did. She saw a shooting. She absorbed the image. She replays it when nobody is watching because something in her developing mind is trying to make sense of what she saw. And she replays it privately because she has, through whatever infant intuition is available to her, registered that this image is one that should not be reproduced in public. In this reading, Maggie's final gesture is neither a confession nor a memory of her own action. It is a witness's private processing of something terrible she saw someone else do. And the show, by framing it as ambiguously as it does, has left itself open to all three interpretations simultaneously, which is not accident. The show knows what it is doing with that final shot. It has constructed a frame that can support any answer, which is the specific kind of construction you use when you do not actually want to commit to one. The contest that nobody won deserves one final thought. Thousands of people tried. The show was the most talked about program in the country that summer. The contest was widely publicized. The prize was real. And not a single person in the randomly selected sample of contest entries got it right. The writers on the DVD commentary acknowledged this directly and without apparent discomfort. Nobody won. The prize went to a randomly selected non-winner. The one person who did get it right could not be found. What kind of puzzle has that outcome? What kind of mystery, designed by its creators to be solvable from its own internal evidence, is solved by 0% of a large general population sample? Either the mystery was not as solvable as it was advertised, or the answer that was eventually revealed was not the answer that the evidence actually pointed toward, or both. The show told the public it was solvable. The public tried to solve it. The public failed. And the one person who succeeded, if they are to be believed, left no retrievable trace. That person, if they are real, knows something about this mystery that the rest of us do not. They got to the right answer from the available clues, and then they disappeared. Springfield's most honest detective, gone before anyone could ask them to show their work. Section 4. Expansion. Additional content. Burns's immortality. The Yale connection deserves its own treatment. Burns attended Yale University in the early decades of the 20th century, during the period when Yale was at the center of a particular kind of American power class formation. The graduates of that institution in that era went on to occupy the highest positions in American finance, law, government, and intelligence. The networks formed at Yale in the 19-teens and 20s, the relationships built in its clubs and secret societies and dining halls, constituted a significant portion of the informal architecture through which American elite power organized and reproduced itself for much of the 20th century. Burns is a product of that formation. His Yale education is not background detail. It is his introduction to the network of relationships that made his subsequent accumulation of power possible. The connections he formed there gave him access to financial capital, to legal protection, to the kind of informal regulatory accommodation that money alone cannot purchase but that institutional relationships can arrange. When Burns needed to operate a nuclear power plant with 342 safety violations without facing legal consequences, he needed not just wealth, but relationships. The kind of relationships that begin at institutions like Yale and are sustained across decades through the informal reciprocity of elite network membership. Burns's survival across a century is not just a biological achievement, though it is certainly that. It is a relational achievement. The people who protect him, who look the other way, who process his regulatory filings without examining them too carefully, who ensure that investigations into his operations conclude without consequences, those people are part of a network that he has been maintaining and investing in for over 100 years. His immortality is not just the weekly radiation treatment. It is the accumulated social capital of a century of elite institutional relationships. The biological maintenance keeps his body functioning. The social maintenance keeps his operations safe. And the combination of those two maintenance systems, biological and social, creates something that might actually be as close to immortality as a human being can achieve. He will not die of natural causes because his treatments prevent that. He will not be destroyed by external forces because his network prevents that. He exists in a state of sustained, engineered invulnerability that no single element of Springfield's reality could challenge, because the challenge would have to be comprehensive and coordinated and sustained over time. And the population capable of mounting such a challenge has been too cognitively impaired by his own facility's contamination to organize it. The $1 trillion bill. This is a detail the show introduces once and does not revisit, but it is worth lingering on because it tells you something about the scale at which Burns operates. During the Second World War, the United States government printed a single $1 trillion bill, apparently as part of some kind of wartime financial mechanism. Burns, through means the show does not fully specify, obtained this bill and kept it hidden for decades. A single piece of currency representing more monetary value than the entire GDP of many nations, held by one man in a private location for his entire lifetime. The show plays this as an adventure episode premise. Burns has an impossible object and various parties want it. But what it actually describes is a man who has, at some point in his personal history, been close enough to the operational centers of the United States government's wartime financial apparatus to obtain something that should be uniquely and absolutely secured. You do not accidentally come across a $1 trillion bill. You come across it because you are operating at a level of proximity to power that makes such objects accessible. Burns's history includes a period during which he was close enough to the U.S. government's most sensitive financial operations to acquire its most valuable single piece of currency. What else might he have acquired in that period? What other relationships? What other pieces of information? What other leverage over other individuals and institutions did Burns accumulate during the decades when he was operating at the highest levels of American power? The show does not ask, but the trillion-dollar bill is the visible tip of something much larger. A man with the history Burns has had does not get through a century of operation by luck and biology alone. He gets through it by knowing things, by holding things, by having over a lifetime collected enough leverage over enough people that challenging him has always carried a cost that nobody has been willing to pay. He is not just too expensive to die, he is too connected, too informed, too thoroughly embedded in the structure of power to be removed from it without the structure itself being damaged in ways that the people who benefit from the structure are not willing to accept. Springfield is a company town, but Burns's operation extends far beyond Springfield. Springfield is where his nuclear plant is, and the nuclear plant is the source of his local power. But Burns's actual network, the one built over a century of elite institutional relationships and wartime connections and collected leverage, extends to every level of American life. Springfield cannot challenge him because Springfield is just one town. But the systems that could challenge him at a national level, the regulatory agencies and the courts and the government institutions, those systems have, over Burns's century of operation, been thoroughly networked into his sphere of influence. He is the system, not the whole of it, not even most of it, but enough of it that the system cannot turn against him without turning against itself. And systems do not do that voluntarily. That is why Burns is still alive. Not because the weekly treatments work, though they do. Not because Smithers manages the schedule, though he does. Burns is still alive because he has spent 100 years making his own continued existence a structural necessity of the world he helped build. Remove him, and the structure that protects him collapses, and the structure would rather keep him than collapse. That is not immortality. That is something older than immortality. That is power maintained across enough time that it becomes indistinguishable from the furniture of the world. Section 5, Expansion. Additional content. Maggie's silence. There is an episode across the show's run that stands as perhaps the clearest single demonstration of what Maggie is. It is not the longest daycare, though that is the most cinematically deliberate statement of her intelligence. It is a smaller moment, from a regular episode played at the edges of a scene whose primary focus is on someone else. Maggie is in the room. Something is happening with another family member. The adults are focused on whatever the main plot of the episode requires them to be focused on. And in the background, quietly, without drawing attention or comment, Maggie solves the problem that the adults are currently struggling with. Not through dramatic intervention, not through a moment designed to highlight her capabilities, just through a small, efficient, correct action that resolves the situation, performed while nobody is looking, and received by the show with the same gentle disinterest it gives to most of what Maggie does. This is the pattern. Over and over, across decades of episodes, Maggie's competence appears in the margins of scenes about other things. She is the background solution to foreground problems. She is the efficiency that nobody credits. She is the capability that the show consistently depicts and consistently fails to follow up on, because following up would mean drawing attention to her, and drawing attention to her would mean she could no longer operate the way she operates. The daycare rebellion in The Longest Daycare is the most elaborate version of this pattern. But the pattern appears in smaller forms constantly, across the show's entire run, if you are watching for it. And most viewers are not watching for it, because most viewers are doing what Springfield's adults do, watching Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa, watching the loud, active, visible actors in any given scene, while the baby in the corner quietly accomplishes something that nobody will notice or record. Gerald, the unibrow baby, Maggie's persistent antagonist appearing across many seasons, the closest thing the show gives her to a recurring nemesis. Their dynamic is almost always the same. Gerald wants to destroy something, Maggie wants to protect something, and the conflict between those two impulses plays out in a space where no adult intervention is available or forthcoming. Maggie wins, not always easily and never without cost, but consistently. She is better at the contest than Gerald is because she is smarter than Gerald, more patient than Gerald, and more motivated than Gerald, whose destructive impulses are essentially impulsive, where Maggie's protective impulses are essentially strategic. The Gerald dynamic tells you something about Maggie that the rest of the show confirms. She is specifically good at protecting things, not at fighting, not at aggression, at protection, at identifying what is vulnerable and what threatens it, and what can be done to prevent the threat from succeeding. Her intelligence is not the accumulative kind, the kind that gathers and stores information for its own sake. It is the applied kind, the kind that reads the situation and finds the intervention, the kind that sees the danger before it arrives and positions itself to prevent it. What has she been protecting for 36 years? The butterfly in the longest daycare, her family in multiple crisis situations across the show's run, herself through the strategic deployment of invisibility. But the larger shape of her protection, the things she might be working toward across the full arc of her existence, remains the show's most stubbornly maintained secret. There is a theory, built on the accumulated evidence of Maggie's behavior across the show's entire run, that she is protecting not just specific things in specific moments, but the family itself. The idea that behind the silence and the watching and the patient accumulation of evidence and capability, Maggie Simpson has been building toward a moment of intervention that the show has not yet depicted. That she knows, at whatever level of knowing a one-year-old genius operates at, what has been done to her family, what Burns did to their grandmother, what the radiation is doing to her father, what the accumulated weight of Springfield's systems of denial has cost the people she loves. And that she is waiting, not passively, not because she is incapable of acting, but because the moment has not yet been right. Because strategic patience is the thing that separates effective action from ineffective action, and Maggie has had 36 years to develop it to a level that nobody else in Springfield approaches. When the moment comes, she will not telegraph it. She will not announce herself. She will not give any indication that the situation is about to change until the situation has already changed. That is not what babies do. That is what someone who has understood from the beginning exactly what kind of world they were born into does. And the only reasonable question left about Maggie Simpson is not whether she is planning something. It is what and when and whether Springfield is ready for it. It is not. Section 6, Expansion, Additional Content. T. Mona Simpson. The conspiracy around Mona Simpson has dimensions that extend beyond the personal and into the structural in ways that the show suggests without fully developing. Consider the biological weapons laboratory that Burns was operating in Springfield in 1969. A facility for the production of weaponized pathogens in a residential community operated by a private individual, apparently without the knowledge of that community's residents. The regulatory environment for biological weapons research in the United States in 1969 was very different from what it became after the Biological Weapons Convention of 1972, which prohibited the development, production, and stockpiling of such weapons for nations that signed it. Burns's operation predates that treaty. But even before the treaty, private ownership and operation of a biological weapons facility was not something that would have been permitted without significant government involvement. Either Burns was operating under some kind of government contract, producing materials that the government wanted, produced and using his private facility to do it with deniable distance from official involvement, or he was operating entirely outside any regulatory or contractual framework, which would have required the active cooperation of government officials who were willing to look the other way. Either possibility is damning. If Burns was producing biological weapons under government contract, then the government knew about the Springfield lab and was complicit in its existence. The FBI pursuit of Mona in this context was not just Burns using his personal influence to harass a woman who damaged his property. It was the government protecting an asset. Mona had destroyed a piece of government-contracted weapons production infrastructure. The FBI file was not a favor Burns called in. It was the institutional response of a government protecting its own program. And if Burns was operating without government sanction, then the people who enabled him to do so without consequence for years, the regulatory officials and law enforcement figures and government representatives who allowed a private biological weapons facility to exist in a residential area, were themselves compromised. They were in Burns's network. They were part of the accumulated leverage and relationship capital that Burns had built over his century of operation. Either way, Mona Simpson was not just fighting against one rich man's grudge. She was fighting against a system. A system that extended far beyond Springfield, that had tendrils in federal law enforcement and government contracting, and the broader apparatus of American power, and that had every reason to ensure she was never able to tell what she knew to anyone who could do something with it. The FBI file staying active for 30 years is not bureaucratic inertia. Active files require active maintenance. Someone was making sure that file remained open, remained searchable, remained the mechanism through which Burns could flag Mona's location whenever she appeared somewhere he could reach. That kind of sustained institutional maintenance of a private grudge requires either that Burns himself had the ability to maintain federal law enforcement files on his enemies, which tells you something remarkable about his level of influence over federal institutions, or that someone in the FBI agreed with the assessment that Mona Simpson remained a person of interest and kept the file active on their own initiative. The first option suggests Burns's institutional reach extends into federal law enforcement. The second suggests that Burns's biological weapons program was significant enough that the FBI independently categorized its saboteurs as ongoing security threats. Both options are more alarming than the show's framing of the situation as a personal vendetta. Abe Simpson's deal with Burns, the bargain that guaranteed Homer's employment in exchange for Abe's silence about a crime. This is the final piece of the conspiracy's architecture, and it is the one that most clearly demonstrates how thoroughly the system around Homer was designed before he was ever consciously aware of it. Abe knew something. Not the full picture, not everything about Mona and the lab and the FBI file and the deliberate decades of exile, but something specific and damaging enough that Burns needed to buy his silence. Something that, if Abe had spoken it, would have created problems for Burns that money alone could not solve. What was it? The show does not say, but consider the timeline. Mona left in 1969. The deal between Abe and Burns that protected Homer's employment was made at some point, and the show implies it was made relatively early in Homer's adult life, possibly before Homer even started working at the plant, which means Abe and Burns were in conversation about Homer's future before Homer was in a position to influence that future himself. What leverage did Abe have? What did he know? And more unsettling, if Abe was in a position to negotiate with Burns over something Burns wanted, kept quiet, then Abe's knowledge of the situation was considerably more detailed than the show depicts in the Mother Simpson episode. Abe told Homer his mother was dead. Abe showed him a wrong grave. Abe maintained this fiction for his son's entire childhood and adulthood, and while doing so, Abe was also in a deal with the man responsible for making that fiction necessary. Abe Simpson was not just a man who told a sad lie to protect his son from a painful truth. He was a participant in the system that created the painful truth. He knew about Burns. He knew enough to negotiate with him. And he used that knowledge to secure his son's material welfare while ensuring his son would never understand the cost of that welfare, never know who paid it, never be in a position to question whether it was worth paying. The deal was not protection. It was a very specific and very complete kind of betrayal. Abe secured Homer a lifetime of employment at the facility owned by the man who drove Mona into exile, ensuring that Homer would spend his entire adult life serving the interests of the person who had done the most damage to his family without ever knowing the connection. Homer stands in Sector 7G every day. He pushes the buttons he was hired to push. He sleeps at the desk that the deal his grandfather made placed him at. And outside the window of the facility, the contamination that Burns's negligence releases continues flowing downstream into the water that Homer and his family drink. The damage does not stop. It never stops. Because the deal does not stop. Because the system does not stop. Because in Springfield, systems do not stop. They just find new people to continue them. And the new people, the Homers of the town, are always too thoroughly compromised by the system to see themselves clearly within it. That is the conspiracy. Not a dramatic revelation, not a single villain's plan. A structure. A set of relationships and arrangements and compromisos that have been operating for so long that they have become indistinguishable from the way things simply are. A structure in which Burns's wealth and influence shape everything downstream of him, including the lives and minds of the very people most harmed by his operation. Mona saw it. Mona fought it. Mona lost everything she had trying to damage it. And the one thing her sacrifice accomplished, destroying a single biological weapons cache, was absorbed by the structure so completely that within a decade, Burns had moved on to running a nuclear facility with even less oversight and even more violations. The structure wins. It always wins. Because the structure is not a person you can fight. It is the arrangement of Brynen of the world. And arrangements are much harder to dismantle than people. Section 7. Expansion. Additional content. Springfield's Engine of Denial's Engine of Denial. There is a longer list of things Springfield has collectively agreed to forget that deserves enumeration, because the list is more revealing than any single item on it. Springfield forgot that a man once sued Burns and won a case that should have permanently altered the town's relationship with the power plant. Springfield forgot that Homer once accidentally became an international outlaw and was pursued by multiple government agencies. Springfield forgot that the town was once visited by what appeared to be genuine extraterrestrial spacecraft. Springfield forgot the monorail, and specifically the fact that the monorail was sold to them through a fraudulent scheme and nearly caused mass casualties, and was built by a company with a documented history of fatal construction failures. Springfield forgot the events of the film, the dome, the EPA, the entire federal government declaring the town an environmental containment zone. None of it persisted. The forgetting is not random. If you look at the pattern of what gets forgotten, a logic emerges. Things that would require Springfield to change its fundamental relationship with Burns and with the power plant get forgotten first, most completely, and most permanently. Things that represent challenges to Burns's authority or his operation are the things that the town's memory handles most aggressively. The dome is the clearest example. The United States government physically encased the entire town in a containment structure and labeled it a public health hazard. That is not a minor incident. That is an event of such enormous civic and legal significance that it would, in any normal community, be the defining event of that community's history for decades. School curricula would be organized around it, anniversary memorials would be held. The political consequences would reshape the town's government. The legal consequences for the power plant's operation would be immense. Springfield forgot it by the following episode. Not because the writers were being lazy, though the reset is a production convenience as well as a narrative choice. Because forgetting the dome is what Springfield does. The dome represents the most comprehensive possible validation of everything the radiation theory says about Springfield. It is the federal government saying the contamination is real, it is severe, and it is dangerous enough to require quarantine. And Springfield absorbed that confirmation and erased it, because erasing it is the only possible response that does not require everything to change. The social contract that the principal and the pauper makes explicit is not just about identity, it is about survival. The collective agreement not to acknowledge uncomfortable truths is not, at root, a moral failure. It is a pragmatic adaptation. A community that acknowledges the full scope of what the power plant has done to it is a community that has to do something about it. And doing something about it would mean confronting Burns. And confronting Burns, a man with a century of institutional leverage and a legal team that has been managing his regulatory exposure since before most of his employees were born, would mean a fight the town cannot win. So the town does not fight. It forgets. It votes to maintain the fiction. It exiles the truth when the truth gets too close. This is the thing that the principal and the pauper was trying to say, and that the fans who hated the episode did not want to hear. Springfield is not a community that has been failed by its institutions. Springfield is a community that has actively, deliberately, collectively chosen the version of reality that allows it to keep functioning. The institutions have not failed the people. The people have chosen the institutions that permit them to keep living in Springfield without having to face what Springfield is. That choice is not cowardice, exactly. It is a form of survival, but it is a survival that costs everything that survival is supposed to protect. It preserves the structure of the community at the cost of the community's access to truth. It keeps the lights on at the cost of the cognitive and biological health of every person inside the structure. It maintains the status quo at the cost of every opportunity for the status quo to be changed. The real Seymour Skinner is still out there. The actual decorated veteran, expelled from the town that carried his name in the mouth of an imposter for 20 years. The man who came home from captivity and found his life stolen, and who was rewarded for his survival by being tied to a train and removed from the community because his presence was inconvenient. He is, in the terms of the theory we have been building all night, the most accurate metaphor the show has ever produced for what Springfield does to truth. It returns from wherever it has been. It shows up with its facts and its documented reality, and the town ties it to a train. And everyone goes back to the version of things they prefer. Section 8 Expansion. Additional content. The predictions I must. The Simpsons created a version of America that was slightly exaggerated and slightly accelerated relative to the real one. And it did so consistently enough and accurately enough that the exaggerated, accelerated version kept arriving in the real world a few years after the show had already depicted it. This is the mechanism. Not prophecy, not time travel. Satirical extrapolation performed by a highly educated, deeply attentive writing staff, applied consistently over a longer period than any comparable creative endeavor in the history of American television, to subject matter that was changing in directions those writers correctly identified and followed to their logical conclusions. But the cultural normalization argument is worth expanding further, because it is the piece of the prediction phenomenon that is most genuinely alarming once you follow it to its conclusion. The Simpsons shaped the American imagination's relationship to its own possible futures. It took trajectories that were already in motion and depicted them as accomplished facts. And by depicting them as accomplished facts, it moved them from the category of possible outcomes into the category of expected outcomes. And expected outcomes are much more likely to occur than merely possible ones, because expectations are themselves a force in the world. They shape behavior. They shape what seems normal. They shape what people accept without resistance because it does not surprise them. When the show depicted Trump as a former president in a comic throwaway, it inserted Trump as president into the landscape of the American imagination. Not as a serious prediction, not as a warning, as a joke, which is the most effective vehicle for normalizing an idea, because jokes do not trigger the same resistance mechanisms that serious proposals do. A joke about something makes it feel familiar, which makes it feel possible, which makes it feel, when it actually arrives, like something that was always going to happen. The show did not cause Trump's election. That is not the argument. The argument is that the show's joking familiarity with the concept of a Trump presidency contributed, in some small but real way, to the cultural landscape in which that presidency was received. It made the idea something Americans had already processed, already laughed at, already incorporated into their mental model of what their country could produce. And that prior processing, that preemptive familiarity, reduced the shock of the event's arrival and thereby reduced the mobilization of resistance that shock can produce. If this is what satire does when it is this precise and this widely consumed over this long a period, then The Simpsons has been one of the most powerful forces shaping the American cultural imagination for 36 years. Not through dramatic truth-telling or angry protest or earnest advocacy. Through jokes. Through the steady, patient, decade-after-decade insertion of satirical images of American life into the American cultural bloodstream. Images precise enough to be recognizable, exaggerated enough to be funny, and accumulated over a long enough period that they have essentially become the template through which America understands itself. Springfield does not reflect America. America reflects Springfield. Not entirely, not in every detail, but in the specific ways that matter most. In the relationship between a powerless population and a powerful industry. In the dynamics between a corrupt elite and a distracted democracy. In the cycling catastrophes that get forgotten before their lessons can be learned. In the family at the center of it, trying to hold together while forces much larger than them do their best to make holding together impossible. That is not satire predicting the future. That is satire describing the present so accurately and so continuously that the present eventually starts to resemble the description. Springfield is the mirror. America is the face in it. And we have been staring into that mirror so long that we have started, in certain specific and important ways, to look like what we see. Section 9, Expansion. Additional content. Where is Springfield equals? The NT abbreviation for Springfield's state designation is one of the more intriguing geographic details the show has ever produced, and it has never been satisfactorily explained within the fan community's attempts to resolve the question of Springfield's location. NT does not correspond to any current U.S. state abbreviation. The territories and commonwealths of the United States use designations like PR for Puerto Rico, VY for the Virgin Islands, GU for Guam. NT is not among them. It has been suggested as a possible abbreviation for a fictional state name, for a satirical placeholder, for a writer's room mistake that was never corrected. But the fact that the show introduced it and never clarified it is itself significant, because the show is usually quite deliberate about the geographic clues it plants. The deliberateness of the planning, combined with the impossibility of the resolution, suggests that NT was not a mistake. It was a designed dead end, a clue that looked like an answer and turned out to be a wall. The show does this with geography the way it does it with everything else that might fix Springfield's location. It creates the appearance of specificity and then removes the possibility of resolution. The area code that suggests Missouri. The capital phone call that suggests a state beginning with a vowel. The mountain ranges visible from downtown and the ocean accessible by a short drive, and the desert nearby and the Canadian border mentioned in passing. Each detail is precise enough to feel like a real clue. Together, they create a constellation of geographic specificity that points in no consistent direction. This is, when you think about it, the show's most sophisticated piece of ongoing creative construction. A geographic mystery maintained across 800 episodes, 36 years, and a writing staff that has entirely turned over multiple times, yet which consistently produces the same result. A town that seems findable and cannot be found. That consistency across decades in writing staffs is not accidental. It is institutional. The impossibility of Springfield's location is a standing directive, a design principle, a creative commitment that has been transmitted through the show's institutional culture from one generation of writers to the next. You do not produce 36 years of consistent geographic impossibility by accident. You produce it by deciding early on that this is what the show is going to do with geography, and then communicating that decision clearly enough that every subsequent writer understands and maintains it. The commitment to Springfield's unfindability is one of the most deliberately and successfully maintained creative commitments in television history. And that level of institutional commitment to what is ostensibly just an ongoing joke about the show's setting tells you something about how seriously the show has always taken the impossibility. Because the impossibility is not a joke. The joke is the surface. Underneath it is the thing we have been building toward all night. A town that cannot be found, cannot be regulated, cannot be held accountable, cannot be visited by the kind of federal oversight that would be required to address what Burns has done to it. Springfield floats between states because landing means accountability. And accountability means the whole system has to change. And the system does not want to change. The system will not change. Not while Burns is alive to maintain it. Not while Springfield is voting to make truth illegal. Not while Homer is sleeping at his desk in Sector 7G, dreaming or waking or some combination of both. The crayon pressing gently against the part of his brain that would otherwise be asking why. The town stays lost because the town needs to stay lost. And we have never quite been able to find it. Maybe that is exactly what we were supposed to discover at the end of all this. Section 10. Expansion. Additional content. The floating timeline. There is one more dimension to the floating timeline that we have not examined, and it is perhaps the most personally resonant one for anyone who has been watching this show since childhood. The Simpsons debuted when many of its current viewers were young, not teenagers, children. The show began before some of its present audience was born, but for a generation of viewers who encountered it in the early 1990s, the show was a childhood companion. It was on television during the hours when children are in the room with the television. It was present at the age when the things you watch become part of the furniture of your internal world. Those viewers grew up. They went through adolescence and young adulthood, and the various specific upheavals that follow. They had relationships and jobs and losses, and the particular kind of complicated joy that comes from getting older in a world that is more complicated than it appeared when you were 8. And Bart is still 10. There is something almost unbearably specific about that. The character who was your peer when you first met him, who was roughly your age, who you watched from the vantage point of a child watching another child navigate school and family and the particular chaos of being young in the world, is still 10. He has not moved. He has not grown. He has not accumulated the experience that you have accumulated in the years since you first saw him. He is exactly where you left him, which is to say exactly where you were when you first found him. The floating timeline does not just preserve the Simpson family. It preserves the version of yourself that first encountered them. Every time you return to the show, you are in some small, not entirely rational way returning to the person you were when Bart and Lisa were your contemporaries. The show offers something that nothing else in your life can offer: a stable point of reference. A fixed location in the personal landscape of your memories. Something that was there when you were young and is still exactly there, unchanged, available, exactly as familiar as it was the first time. We do not keep watching because Bart is funny. Bart has been funny for 36 years, and he will presumably be funny for however much longer the show runs. We keep watching because Bart being exactly 10 years old is a constant in a world where everything else is variable. Because the house on Evergreen Terrace never changes. Because Homer never retires. Because the couch is always there and the family is always on it, and the show always starts with that same music and that same opening sequence, and everything is exactly where we left it. The floating timeline is a comfort object. The whole show is a comfort object. Produced at industrial scale, renewed annually, available indefinitely. It is the thing you can return to when the other things have changed, which they always have, which they always will. That is why the show has run for 36 years. Not because it has been consistently excellent across its entire run, which it has not. Not because every episode is worth watching, which is not the case. Because it is there. Because it does not change. Because in a life full of change and loss and the ordinary erosion of things you thought would last, The Simpsons is still on television and Bart is still 10, and Homer is still stumbling through the front door and the house on Evergreen Terrace is still yellow, and still there and still home. That is the floating timeline's real function. Not to preserve the characters, to preserve us. To hold open the door to a version of ourselves that existed before things got complicated, before the changes accumulated, before we became the adults who have to reckon with how much time has passed. Springfield does not age so that we do not have to feel our own aging too sharply. The family is frozen so that some part of us can stay frozen with them. That is the last and the truest theory about The Simpsons. Everything else we have examined tonight, the radiation and the coma and the shooting and the immortality and the silence and the conspiracy and the denial and the predictions and the geography, all of it is the show's infrastructure, the mechanism behind the magic. But the magic itself, the reason it has worked for 36 years, the reason it will keep working for as long as the show is running, is this. We needed somewhere to come home to, and Springfield was there. It always will be. End of expansion content. Section 11. Hans Moleman and the Immortal Dead. Springfield's body count. Before we reach the final section, there are two characters who deserve their own time tonight. Two people who have been part of Springfield's background for decades, and who, when you look at them through the theories we have assembled, reveal something about the town that nothing else quite captures. The first is Hans Moleman. You know who he is. Everyone who has watched this show knows who he is, even if they do not know his name. The tiny elderly man, the enormous thick glasses, the shuffling walk, The quiet, dignified acceptance of a fate that seems to involve, with remarkable regularity, being killed. By cars, by falling objects, by animals, by lightning, by being buried alive, by fire. By the specific category of ordinary Springfield hazard that tends to find him, i.e., wherever he goes. Hans Moleman has been killed, by the most conservative count that fans have assembled across the show's run, dozens of times in regular, canonical episodes. Not in Halloween specials, not in dream sequences. In the main, continuing, plot-relevant body of the show. He dies. He is clearly, verifiably dead. And then he is back, fully functional, in the background of a subsequent scene with no explanation offered and no acknowledgement that he was recently a corpse. The show treats this as a recurring gag, which it is. Hans Moleman dies a lot. Fans have charted his deaths with the dedication that fans bring to the things they love most. There are lists, there are compilations. The death rate is genuinely extraordinary for a background character. And the resurrection rate is 100%, which means that whatever Hans Moleman is, he is not operating under the same biological rules as the people around him. The radiation theory offers a specific explanation for this that is more unsettling than the joke version. If the contamination from Burns's power plant can produce the biological mutations we have been cataloging all night, if it can give fish 3 eyes and turn human skin yellow and make Homer's body nearly indestructible, then it is not categorically impossible that it could, in specific individuals with specific genetic responses to radiation exposure, produce a mutation that approaches the functional equivalent of biological immortality, not immortality as a designed outcome, not Burns's engineered survival. Accidental immortality, radiation-induced cellular restructuring that has, in Moleman's specific biology, created something the show depicts as a joke. A man who keeps dying and keeps coming back because the contamination has done something to his cells that makes death temporary for him. The age detail supports this reading in a way that makes it less funny and more disturbing. Moleman has stated in at least one episode that he is 31 years old. He appears to be somewhere between 70 and 90. Something has happened to his biological aging process that is the opposite of what the radiation theory proposes for most Springfield residents. Instead of aging being paused or slowed, as with the Simpson family, Moleman's aging appears to have been drastically accelerated. He is 31 and looks like he is at the end of his life. And yet he cannot die. He ages catastrophically fast and he recovers from death completely, both at once. If this is the radiation's doing, then Moleman is not a comedy character. He is the most extreme visible mutation in Springfield. A man whose cellular biology has been so thoroughly rewritten by decades of contamination that his relationship with time and with death has become completely unrecognizable. He ages in years instead of decades. He dies and reconstitutes. He shuffles through Springfield as a living, dying, reviving demonstration of what unchecked radioactive exposure can do to a human organism when the conditions are exactly wrong. And nobody notices. The town has normalized Hans Moleman's repeated deaths the way it has normalized everything else. He dies in public, visibly, in front of witnesses, and the witnesses walk past. Because in Springfield, if something happens enough times, it stops being something that needs to be addressed and starts being something that just happens. Moleman is Springfield's most visible symptom and its most thoroughly ignored one. He is the show in its funniest and strangest and most revealing form. A man who keeps dying because the town he lives in should have killed everyone, and who keeps coming back because something in the nature of the place will not let the dying be permanent. He is what happens when you go all the way down into what Springfield is and look at it directly. Not the yellow skin and the 4 fingers. Not the secret societies and the immortal billionaire. The small man in the enormous glasses, shuffling down the sidewalk, heading toward whatever is going to kill him today, on his way back from whatever killed him yesterday. That is Springfield. That is always Springfield. The man who should have died, but did not. The joke that stopped being funny about a decade in, but has never stopped being the truth. Section 12. Ned Flanders, the saddest man in Springfield. On the surface, Ned Flanders is everything Homer Simpson is not. He is kind, genuinely, consistently kind, in a way that Homer is kind only in the moments when it is convenient or when his fundamental love for his family overcomes his more immediate self-interest. Ned's kindness is a practice. It is daily. It extends to people who do not deserve it, who actively disrespect it, who take advantage of it, who repay it with contempt. It extends most conspicuously to Homer, who has been taking advantage of Ned Flanders for the entire run of the show, and whose acknowledgement of that fact is somewhere between minimal and non-existent. Ned is generous. He gives of his time and his resources and his energy to his community with a consistency that the show depicts as almost compulsive. He is physically fit, a runner and an outdoorsman in a town full of people who treat physical activity as a theoretical concept. He is financially responsible in a town where financial chaos is the default setting. He is a devoted father. He was, until the show took that from him too, a devoted husband. He is by any objective assessment a better person than Homer in every area in which Homer can be compared to him. And the show punishes him for it, relentlessly, specifically. With the particular inventiveness it reserves for characters, it has decided to put through sustained suffering. Maud Flanders, Ned's wife, the person who completed the life that Ned had built around his faith and his family and his neighborhood relationships. Maud Flanders was killed during a Springfield Speedway event. A t-shirt cannon misfired. The t-shirts hit Maud instead of the person they were aimed at. She fell from the bleachers. She died. The t-shirts were being fired at Homer because Homer was dodging them, and the dodging redirected them into the path of the woman standing behind him. Homer's selfishness, in a specific and direct causal chain, killed Ned Flanders' wife. And Ned forgave him. Not easily, not without grief, not without the specific anguish of a man who has lost the center of his life and knows, specifically and without ambiguity, who is responsible. But forgiveness is what Ned does. Forgiveness is his practice. It is built into him. And so he forgave Homer, because the alternative was not forgiving Homer. And not forgiving Homer was not something Ned Flanders' architecture permitted. The hurricane episode. A storm of unusual severity hits Springfield. Multiple houses are damaged. The community rallies to repair them. And when they get to Ned's house, the community's attempt at repair is so badly done, so thoroughly botched by the collective incompetence of a town full of people who should not be trusted with construction tools, that the house collapses almost immediately after being declared fixed. Ned's repaired house, which was supposed to represent the community's support and gratitude for a man who has given so much to it, falls down. And Ned snaps. The breakdown is one of the most remarkable moments in the show's run, because of how completely it transforms the character for a few minutes. Ned, the man who forgives Homer for everything, who maintains his kindness and his patience through circumstances that would break most people, absolutely comes apart. He screams at the town. He names names. He says the things he has been holding inside for years about Homer and about every other person in Springfield who has taken advantage of him, or dismissed him, or failed him. He says things that are true, that are accurate, that have clearly been accumulating in him for years beneath the surface of his relentless positivity. And then he is institutionalized. The psychiatric facility he is admitted to reveals something that reframes everything about him. Ned's relentless niceness is not natural. It is not the organic expression of a fundamentally kind personality. It is the result of a childhood behavioral modification program. Ned was a violent, uncontrollable child. His parents, beatnik bohemians who rejected the concept of discipline, took him to a psychiatrist who spent years conditioning the aggression out of him through intensive behavioral reprogramming. The rage that Ned was born with, the feral fury that the hurricane finally cracked the shell on, was not eliminated. It was suppressed. It was built around, enclosed in the structure of behavioral conditioning, sealed behind decades of practiced patience and cultivated niceness. Ned Flanders' kindness is a cage built around an animal. This is one of the darkest things the show has ever revealed about a character, and it revealed it in a mid-run episode that was played primarily for comedy and then largely set aside. But the implication lingers. Every act of kindness Ned has ever performed, every moment of patience, every forgiveness of Homer's latest catastrophic intrusion into his life, has not been the freely chosen expression of a genuinely good person. It has been the programmed response of a man whose natural anger was systematically removed by behavioral conditioning before he was old enough to choose whether to keep it. He cannot be angry because his brain was rewired to prevent it. He cannot hold grudges because his psychological architecture makes grudges impossible to sustain. He cannot tell Homer to go to hell, even when Homer richly deserves to be told to go to hell, because the part of him that would generate that response was methodically dismantled by a psychiatrist when he was 4 years old. His faith is not a spiritual achievement. It is a coping mechanism for a man who cannot access his own anger, who cannot express his own pain, who has no internal pressure release valve except the external framework of religious belief that tells him suffering is meaningful and forgiveness is holy and everything that happens is part of a plan that he cannot see but must trust. His faith is the only framework that makes the accumulation of his losses bearable. And it is a framework he needs desperately because without it, without the assurance that God has a plan for him, the alternative is to look at his life clearly and see that he is a man who does everything right and receives, in return, nothing that his goodness should have earned. The most theologically disturbing element of Ned Flanders' existence in Springfield is this. God talks to Homer. Directly, personally, in the Homer the Heretic episode, God has an actual conversation with Homer Simpson. The drunk who falls asleep in church, the man who avoids religious obligation whenever possible. The man whose relationship with faith is at best deeply casual. God appears to Homer and speaks to him and engages with him as a specific individual whose specific life God apparently has opinions about. And God has never, in the entire run of this show, spoken to Ned Flanders. Ned goes to church every Sunday. He prays constantly, audibly, with the specific kind of sustained devotional practice that most religious traditions consider the foundation of a spiritual life. He structures his existence around his faith. He makes material sacrifices for it. He maintains it through losses that would break most people's relationship with any deity that permitted them. And the God who drops by Homer's living room for a chat, who speaks to Homer directly and personally and engages with him as a unique individual, has never once extended that same courtesy to the man next door who has spent his entire life devoted to exactly the kind of relationship that Ned believes he is building. That is not random cruelty. That is a thesis statement. It is the show telling you, clearly and without apology, that Springfield does not work the way Ned believes it works. That the universe of Springfield does not reward goodness or faith or sustained moral effort. That the system, whether it is Burns's system or the radiation system or the collective denial system or the coma system, operates on a logic that has nothing to do with merit or virtue or devotion. It operates on compliance, on power, on the accident of circumstance and the inheritance of position. Homer gets the divine conversation because Homer is the center of Springfield's story. Not because he deserves it, not because he has earned it, because the dream is his, and in his dream, God talks to him. Because the radiation allowed him to stay in the job that Sector 7G required, and the power of that position, however degraded and compromised, grants him a kind of centrality in the town's narrative. Ned gets nothing because Ned is not the center of the story. Ned is the background. Ned is the man who does everything right in a world that has already decided who the story is about and has decided that it is not him. That is Ned Flanders. That is the darkest thing about The Simpsons. Darker than the radiation, and darker than the coma, and darker than Burns's calculated cruelty. The saddest character in Springfield is not the damaged one, or the corrupted one, or the exploited one. It is the one who tried to do everything right in a system that was never designed to reward it, and who succeeded perfectly at a project that the universe of Springfield simply did not care about. Ned does everything right. He gets nothing back. Homer does everything wrong. He gets a divine conversation and a guaranteed job, and a family that loves him despite everything, and the uncanny, impossible resilience of a man whom the show cannot allow to be permanently broken. They live next door to each other. They have lived next door to each other for 36 years. And the gap between them, the gap between what each of them deserves by any ethical measure and what each of them actually receives from the world they inhabit, has never once narrowed. Because the gap is the point. The gap is Springfield's most honest statement about itself. In this town, the system is not broken. It is working exactly as designed. And the design was never fair.